The singing of the national anthem.
Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras c'est pour le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est tout épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our lands glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, on March 26, my grandmother passed away at the age of 94. She lived a long life that began in a democratic Vietnam and started anew in Canada. Her story is similar to other immigrants who saw Canada as a safe place to call home and where democratic values and human rights flourished. Yesterday also marked the one-year anniversary of my mom's passing. They were a dynamic duo who challenged Asian customs that were typically very hierarchical, patriarchal, and traditional. While recognizing Asian studiousness, hard work, and discipline, they also saw tremendous value in Canadian ingenuity and creativity. They learned from their past, took what they believed to be the best of both worlds, and stitched together their own unique Canadian mosaic, one that helped me become the person I am today. I shall think often of these strong and fiercely proud Canadians. Through them, I learned how precious democracy and the rule of law, and that they should never be taken for granted. Canadians must be ready to defend our values and way of life from those who seek to interfere, especially those from ideological and oppressive regimes who are in direct opposition to those things that define Canada and what it means to be Canadian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the efforts of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat in Mississauga and across the country. This week I had the privilege of enjoying an iftar with members from this House and the community here in Ottawa, where we broke bread and had wonderful conversations. I want to thank them for the invitation. It was truly a wonderful evening. Their slogan, "Love for all, hatred for none," demonstrates their continuous desire to give back to the community through various initiatives and humanitarian work. Unfortunately, the reality is the fact that this peaceful community faces persecution in many countries, including Pakistan and Bangladesh, where their situation continues to worsen. It is imperative that we stand in solidarity with Ahmadi Muslims and demand that those perpetrating their persecution be obligated to protect and uphold human rights. I also want to take a moment to wish all Muslims a peaceful and safe Ramadan. Ramadan Mubarak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to highlight Ms. Tara Edinger's work as Executive Director of Big Bear CYC. Big Bear provides a place for child victims of crimes like sexual assault, internet luring, or production of child sexual abuse and exploitation materials. Big Bear provides a place for these children to speak to police, access support, and seek medical care for child victims and their families. As someone who worked in the system, these centers play a pivotal role in fighting crime against children. Ms. Edinger has been the advocate, social media coordinator, and even the janitor for Big Bear, in spite of its budget shortfall. She does this work all while completing her PhD, which she hopes to defend in the coming months. Tara, your tireless work has not gone unnoticed. It's changed the trajectory of so many lives. Big Bear and Kamloops Thompson Caribou owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At 69, Herman Perry of St. John's knows better than most that age is just a number. But here's a few numbers that really do matter. A 2,500-kilometer paddle over 50 days, spanning from La Loche, Saskatchewan to Fort McPherson, Northwest Territories. And that's exactly what Mr. Perry is undertaking this summer on a journey retracing historic trade routes. A passionate outdoor enthusiast, his love of paddling took him across Labrador, the Quebec wilderness, Indonesia, and the Churchill River. With the support of his wife, Sheila, his kids and grandkids, he said he has another 10 years of paddling in him. I look forward to hearing about this remarkable journey and applaud Herman's courageous spirit and love of adventure.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the talented student athletes at Carleton University, which is located in my community of Ottawa Centre, who just a few weeks ago captured both the 2023 men's and women's national basketball championships. This exceptional accomplishment reflects the dedication, hard work, and perseverance of these young athletes, as well as their coaches and the entire Carleton University community. The Ravens have been a force in youth sports basketball for some time, and they have now become the first school since 1985 to win the men's and women's titles in the same season. Speaker, on behalf of all members of Parliament in this House, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Carleton Ravens basketball teams for their exceptional performance this year, with more to come in 2024 beyond. Felicitas.
Congratulations, Carleton. We are proud of you.
See.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine rages on, our government continues to provide support to those seeking safe haven here in Canada. Last week, we extended the Canada-Ukraine authorization for emergency travel, and to date, we've approved over 616,000 applications, with over 190,000 Ukrainians having landed in Canada since the start of the conflict. It's essential that all levels of government continue to provide settlement services in support of displaced Ukrainians and their families. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to thank the Hamilton Immigration Partnership Council, the staff of Wesley and the City of Hamilton, as well as the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress Hamilton for their support of Ukrainians arriving in my city. Municipalities in the greater Hamilton-Toronto area have invested tens of millions of dollars in settlement services, and they need our financial support. These are shared federal responsibilities, and I look forward to working with the Minister and IRCC representatives to ensure that settlement agencies and municipalities receive the necessary resources they require to continue to provide this invaluable service.
Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my unwavering support for the brave people of Ukraine as they continue to fight off Russia's unwarranted and illegal invasion. Since February last year, more than 26,000 Ukrainians have arrived in Alberta alone, many of whom are settling in my riding of Red Deer Lacombe. I want to take this opportunity to thank Heidi Bombach, her parents Karen and Trent, and Olena Karachentseva for their dedication in assisting the resettlement and integration of Ukrainians in our communities. Their efforts serve as an example of the kind of community spirit that makes Canada such a wonderful place to live. I admire the strength of the Ukrainian people. The sacrifices they have made to protect their independence and liberty are truly remarkable. Canada must remain resilient in the wake of challenges posed by the common enemy, the adversaries of democracy and freedom. Amen. Ukrainian bravery and inspiration should serve as a reminder that democracy should never be taken for granted. We must do everything possible to ensure that their fight for freedom ends with victory. Slava Ukraini.
The Honourable Member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, I'm thrilled to rise today to welcome the Canada Carleton Youth Council to the House of Commons.
Hear, hear.
It's an honour to welcome our Youth Prime Minister Jacqueline Carson and fellow members Kozar, Yelda, Santiago, Natalia, Dominique, and Gray. Not only are these youth our future, they are our leaders today. Like many young people, the Youth Council members care deeply about the issues that matter to young Canadians: mental health, climate change, fiscal policy, and they are using their voice to make a real difference right now in our communities, in our schools, and in our world. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, please join me in giving a warm welcome to the amazing members of the Canada Carleton Youth Council.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Appreciate that.
April 2nd is World Autism Awareness Day, an annual opportunity for dedicated conversations about autism spectrum disorder. Autism touches more than 70 million people globally, and in Canada, 1 in 66 are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. While each individual with autism is unique, they all face challenges in social communication, behavior, and sensory processing. Despite these challenges, those with autism have much to offer our society. It's important that we continue to strive for inclusion and understanding for those with autism. This means providing access to resources, support, and opportunities for those living with autism and to their family members and others who provide support to them. Today, families like Melanie, who's here, Dana, who's here with her daughter Melanie, are here for Autism on the Hill. Melanie spoke today, describing the challenges she faces, but we also saw the unique gifts that she has. Great job, Melanie. My riding of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill is home to many community organizations that provide support and services for families living with autism, including York Hill Centre for Children, Youth and Families, Carey's Place Autism, and the Children's Treatment Network. Thanks to them all for the services they provide. And I'd also like to thank the member who put forward the motion. I can't say your name. Anyway, on this World Autism Day, let us stand together to create a more inclusive and understanding society for those with autism. I tried.
Honourable member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, something has gone terribly wrong in this country. The violence is out of control. People, including children, are being stabbed on our streets, and police officers, including from my community in Spruce Grove, have been murdered in the line of duty. Now, we know who are committing these acts of violence, many of whom are repeat offenders who have been let loose on our streets by a liberal justice system that cares more about appeasing woke activists than they do about keeping Canadians safe.
That's right.
Now, it doesn't have to be this way. After 8 years under this Liberal government, violent crime has skyrocketed in this country. That is an indisputable fact. And instead of facing these facts with decisive action to bring down the violence, this government evades responsibility for their failed policies. It's time to end the radical Liberal experiments and put the safety of innocent Canadians and not the freedom of criminals first.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Each year, my constituents, Mike and Nicole MacArthur, prepare for Caleb's Courage Superhero Walk, Run and Fly. Nice. It's a community fun run in honor of their late son, Caleb, who bravely battled cancer until he passed away in 2015 at the age of 4. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, Caleb's life will always be defined by his long-lasting impact. The Caleb's Courage movement has raised more than $750,000 to support critically ill children in Cape Breton. It's thanks to Caleb's Courage that the Cape Breton Regional Hospital is now home to the Caleb's Courage Superhero Suite, and it's a superhero-themed pediatrics room that empowers children and their families during their medical battles. It has also allowed many children in my community to receive their treatments, often ones that are life-saving and at home. Mr. Speaker, in honor of all children affected by cancer, I want to pay a special tribute to all the little superheroes like Caleb who have fought or continue to fight big battles. I'd also like to thank Mike, Nicole, Ella, Aubrey, Lachlan, Emery, and all those involved in the Caleb Courage movement for doing their part to strengthen healthcare in Cape Breton, Canso. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, a home is more than just drywall and lumber. It's the opportunity to raise a family, to be part of a community, a place to build memories, a place to have a future. But for far too many Canadians, the dream of owning a home has been replaced by a cold reality. Even if you work hard and do everything right, the best you can hope for is couch surfing, car sleeping, fish huts, trailer parks, or living in your parents' basement. Under this Liberal government, a record number of Canadians believe they will never own a home. With the budget, the Liberals are doubling down on their failed policies. They have done nothing to fix the housing crisis or take on the government gatekeepers that put up red tape and barriers. There are so many obstacles facing Canadians looking to buy a home: rising interest rates, eye-watering down payments, soaring house prices, and skyrocketing rent. But the root cause, the biggest obstacle of them all, is this Liberal Prime Minister. It's Trudeau.
If I can have your attention, order. I just want to remind everyone that the SO31s are taking place, and I know there's some people talking, and it's great to see everyone talk amongst each other, but keep it down to a whisper, not talking louder. If you want to talk louder, just take it out to the lobby until we're done. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday's budget tried to fool Canadians into thinking that the Liberals had capped the tax on beer, wine, and spirits, but they did no such thing. If it was actually capped, the tax wouldn't be going up on Saturday. Canada already has one of the highest excise duty rates in the world, and this tax is still going up on Saturday, and it will still go up automatically next year. New spending in this budget will cost $4,300 per Canadian family. This budget promises Canadians more taxes, more deficits, which means more inflation. Taxes and inflation are crushing Canadians to the point where having a beer with friends or enjoying a bottle of wine with a loved one are becoming unaffordable luxuries for the middle class and those desperately trying to cling to it. I call on MPs to support my private member's bill to repeal the automatic tax escalator and bring back happy hour for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker, it is with sadness, but full of hope, that I join all Franco-Ontarians and my colleagues in this House in paying tribute to an extraordinary man and journalist at Le Droit for 32 years, who is undertaking an unprecedented battle against an enemy he called in his recent and not last column, Goliath Cancer. Of course, I'm referring to a proud Franco-Ontarian, Mr. Denis Gratton, a passionate man who works tirelessly to defend French here in Ottawa through columns that we read with interest, despite sometimes a little friendly sarcasm. Today, it is a message of hope and courage that we are sending him. Denis, we are here with you in thought, in your struggle. Stay strong as you always have been in the defense of our right to speak French. And we look forward to reading your next column.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, seniors across Canada are facing significant challenges. I hear from seniors, largely single women, who are struggling to make ends meet. They cannot afford housing, basic food, medication, and heat. Almost 600,000 Canadian senior women are living in poverty. Far too many of those women are further marginalized because of who they are: Indigenous, Black, persons of color, and the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Others are widows of veterans who married their spouse after 60 years of age, left without a pension because of a sexist, outdated gold diggers clause. In Canada, we should have a guaranteed, livable, basic income, as my friend, the member of Winnipeg Centre's Bill 223 would do, an amount that allows no one in this country to fall below a bar of basic dignity. Canadians must ask ourselves about the expense of suffering and abandoning those most in need. It's time to do better for seniors.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Bailleul-Chambly. In the Quebec of yesterday, English history stole the words French and Canadian. Quebecers were born through dreams, anger, the street, and words. Michel Lalonde was indignant about the insult of us inflicted on Americans. Quebecers and African slaves. Speak white. Speak white, they said. Speak the language of the white man. Speak the language of the conqueror. Speak English. Speak white. An insult that Quebec did not choose, nor did it appropriate. An insult that the English, this House as well, threw in the face of Henri Bourassa, who spoke French, to the French of the country, to the Africans of the continent. History recounts what happened. Literature tells what was written. A people that lies to itself will have neither history nor literature. If censorship wins, Speak White, a poem, will become a racist symbol. The N-word does not belong to me. It belongs to those who suffer from it. Poetry is the weapon of peace.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, April 2nd is World Autism Awareness Day, and a quarter century since my son Jaden was diagnosed. Over the years, I've focused a lot of my public words on Jaden's strengths. This isn't because he doesn't need help, but rather because all too often all people see is the help he needs. To be clear, as incredible as Jaden is, he needs a lot of help. He has considerable strengths in the concrete world, but they're inhibited by his struggles in the abstract world. He doesn't understand danger, so he literally needs help to survive every single day. In other ways, his differences are healthier than our societal, quote, normal. He's obsessed with pictures, not because of how many likes they get on Instagram, but because of how much he loves the people, pets, and places in them. He's honest with his expressions, giggling, yawning, crying, or tongue-out intense, rarely feeling pressure to be something he isn't. He's unwaveringly loyal, trusting, forgiving, and trusting again, seemingly without hesitation. Yes, Jaden needs help, but for those who give him that help, invariably they receive much, much more in return.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Today, I'm taking advantage of Miss Poirier-Rivard's visit to Parliament to pay her the tribute she deserves. She has many achievements to her credit, and she has always been able to count on the support of her life partner, Jean-Paul. At the age of 40, this mother became a farmer by buying a farm and creating the company Les Élevages Ruban Bleu. Recognized by her peers, she has received numerous honors, including the title of UPA Woman Farmer of the Year in 2003. This distinguished businesswoman became the Member of Parliament for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant for the Bloc Québécois from 2004 to 2006. Her political and social involvement does not stop there, Mr. Speaker. She was a municipal councillor, Vice President of the Anna Laberge Foundation, and President of the Châteauguay meeting. Mr. Speaker, I join my friend and Mayor of Saint-Constant, Jean-Claude Boyer, who is here, in thanking Miss Poirier-Rivard, to thank her from the bottom of my heart for her involvement, which has left an indelible mark on the history of our beautiful community.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Il y a un an.
1 year ago, the Minister of Finance admitted that deficits cast further oil on the inflationary fire. She promised 4 things: that the debt to GDP ratio would go down, but it's going up; that deficits would go down, but they're going up; that COVID debt would be reimbursed, but it's going up; and lastly, that the budget would be balanced in 2027. And now she's promising that it will never be balanced. How can Canadians believe anything that this Prime Minister and Minister of Finance say about money? The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
World, this budget will ensure that Canadians can continue to count on their government being there for them. We are meeting the challenges of today and tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, by introducing a new grocery rebate which will deliver targeted support to 11 million Canadians, lowering credit card transaction fees for small businesses, increasing investments in our public healthcare system, making transformative investments in our economy, Mr. Speaker. This is a budget of hope and ambition. We are putting in place the building blocks today so that we can realize today's dreams tomorrow.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Today's dreams. It's a pipe dream, Mr. Speaker. A year ago, she said, and I quote, "We are absolutely determined that the debt to GDP ratio must continue to decline." It's going up. Our pandemic deficits are and must continue to be reduced. They're going up. The extraordinary debts we incurred must be paid down. They're not only not being paid down, they're going up, and that the budget would be balanced in 2027. Now, they admit that the budget will never balance itself. Given these four falsehoods, how can Canadians believe anything this minister or prime minister say about money?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to take no lessons from a leader of the opposition that tells Canadians to hedge on inflation by putting money into crypto. But let's look at fiscal responsibility, Mr. Speaker. Canada will have the lowest deficit and the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. The deficit is projected to decline every year. Public debt charges as a share of the economy will remain historically low, Mr. Speaker. The strongest economic growth in the G7, 830 jobs created since the beginning of the pandemic, a record 85.7% participation of Canadian women in the labor force. Mr. Speaker, the future is bright for Canada, and this budget delivers that future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, what this government is putting before us is a budget with $60 billion additional dollars in inflationary spending. That's $4,200 additional dollars for every Canadian family. It's complete nonsense. Canadians can no longer pay their bills. This government has lost control of our country's finances. Canadians are having trouble paying their bills, buying a house, or feeding their children. How will they survive this budget? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, Canadians watching at home today can see that the Leader of the Opposition is very disconnected. We listened closely to Canadians. They asked us three things: to act, to do something about the cost of living and the cost of food. Secondly, to invest in healthcare and dental care. And thirdly, to invest in the green economy to create the jobs of the future. That's exactly what Canadians asked us, and that's exactly what we're doing, building the future together with Canadians to be a leader in the 21st century economy.
Admit it, the deficits drive inflation, and promised restraint. Instead, what they delivered was $60 billion of brand new spending. That is $4,200 for every family in Canada. These are families who are already skipping meals because they can't afford food, whose 35-year-olds are living in their parents' basements because they can't afford housing. How will Canadian families carry on their backs an extra $4,200 in government costs when we're already going broke as a country?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
What's really disappointing, Mr. Speaker, is that the Leader of the Opposition has already told Canadians that he's voting against this budget, and he's voting against them. Because what he's voting against, Mr. Speaker, is a grocery rebate for 11 million Canadians. What he's voting against, Mr. Speaker, is dental care for 9 million Canadians, including children, seniors, and people with disabilities. And what he's voting against, Mr. Speaker, is a tax-free savings account for first-time homebuyers, Mr. Speaker. He's not there for Canadians. We are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
We've had 8 years of these multi-billion-dollar government programs, and what has it given us? 40-year highs in inflation, 1 in 5 Canadians skipping meals because they cannot afford groceries, 9 in 10 young people stuck in their parents' basements because they cannot afford housing, students living in homeless shelters because the cost of living has risen so fast. These hardworking Canadians who do the work deserve a country that works for them, not an out-of-control tax and squander NDP budget like we have before us today. When will they rein in their spending so Canadians can pay their bills?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians deserve is a government that's going to respond to them in their time of need. And that's exactly what we are doing with this budget, and that's exactly what we've been doing for the past 7.5 years. But like the Conservatives voted against the Canada Child Benefit, which provides up to $7,000 a year for vulnerable families, they're voting against Canadians who need help in this difficult time. They're going to vote against a grocery rebate that's going to help 11 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. If they care about these issues. They have a simple option. Reverse course, support this budget, and support Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that carbon capture is not green. Nuclear energy is not green. Offshore Arctic oil extraction is not green. $17 billion was one of the main new points in yesterday's budget. Will this government admit that this money is going directly to oil companies? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The short answer is no. We will not admit that because it's not the case. The David Suzuki Foundation said the following yesterday. Budget 2023's investments in renewable energy will make Canada a leader. Or, we also heard about unprecedented investments that this government is making in green investment that will enable us to stop depending on fossil fuels. We agree with that, which is what Greenpeace said, and we also agree with David Suzuki, the David Suzuki Foundation, not the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member, the National Assembly, which speaks for Quebec, passed a unanimous motion to ask that we not give more money in subsidies to the oil industry, but that's what Ottawa is doing. Quebec also asked that the federal government not interfere in areas of provincial jurisdiction, for example, dental care, but that's exactly what the federal government is doing. Will this government admit that with a budget that is mainly helping oil companies and the NDP, it has ultimately tabled an anti-Quebec budget? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for continuing with the list of organizations that are supporting the federal budget tabled yesterday. For example, the International Organization for Sustainable Development, which has stated that Canada is making historic investments in green energy and freshwater protection throughout the country. I agree with that organization, not with the leader of the Bloc Québécois.
Député de Burnaby-Sud.
New Democrats are proud that we forced this government for a historic expansion of Medicare to include dental care for the first time. That alongside our push to double the GST rebate means that families will save up to $1,700 on average per year. We've also forced this government for the first time ever to have strings attached to investments to fight the climate crisis, which require guarantees of good wages and good union jobs. Now, if this government is running out of ideas, we have more. Yes, we do. Will this government take the housing crisis seriously and finally build more homes that people can afford faster?
Honourable Minister for Housing.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for the important question. And I direct him to look at our national housing strategy. Record number of investments to make sure that we build more affordable housing in this country, including the $4 billion recently announced Housing Accelerator Fund to set us as a country to double housing construction and pay particular attention to affordable housing. In addition to that, making sure that we're protecting renters and helping them through the Canada Housing Benefit and the top-up of $500 for almost 2 million Canadian renters to help them with the high cost of rent.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
This government is not meeting the urgency of the crisis with the steps required.
We are proud that we forced this government to bring in dental care, and we are proud that we forced this government to double the GST credit, which will save families money. But there is much to be done. Economists have said that we are very likely to be heading into a recession. When will this Prime Minister bring in an EI system that covers all workers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We know Canada's EI system is complex, and that's why we're focused on improving it. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 invests in seasonal workers so they have 5 additional weeks of coverage for a total of 45 weeks. Also in Budget 2023, we propose establishing a new independent tripartite Board of Appeal to hear cases regarding employment insurance claims. In the past 2 years, Mr. Speaker, the Minister has led more than 35 national and regional roundtables with workers, employers, and academics. EI reform is a priority, Mr. Speaker. We are on it, and we will get it done. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister fled the House of Commons instead of answering questions on public safety. A series of crimes followed the various Liberal NDP policies that were brought in to free repeat offenders. We have lost half a dozen people to murder over the last few weeks, including a police officer in Quebec. Will this Prime Minister turn around the policies that are freeing some of our worst offenders in order to protect Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that my honourable colleague did not hear the answer yesterday. I will repeat it. Mr. Speaker, we are working with the provinces and territories for exactly that, to change the bail system. And indeed, that is to address the challenge of repeat offenders and serious offenders, as well as to give communities a role in determining bail. Together, we can address this serious issue and find solutions.
Le chef de l'opposition.
Still, the Prime Minister does not have the guts to stand up and answer the question. Of course not. He's protected by armed men every single day. So he's not worried about the streets that are turning into savage chaos since he brought about catch and release bail. We don't need to work with the provinces to change the bail laws. They are exclusively the federal jurisdiction right in the criminal code. The Prime Minister has unleashed a 32% increase in violent crime since he brought in the catch and release bail policies. Will he finally summon the courage to stand on his feet, admit he was wrong, reverse the policies, and choose jail, not bail, for violent offenders?
The Honourable Minister for the Honourable Government.
What we see the Leader of the Opposition do time and time again is launch personal attacks, make outlandish allegations like saying the Prime Minister of this country doesn't care about victims and doesn't care about those that are victimized. I can tell you right now, Mr. Speaker, that the policy advocated by the Leader of the Opposition was tries. In fact, in the United States, Newt Gingrich, when you go back to the contract with America, said that the biggest mistake he made of his career was following the policies that member is advocating. They were an abject failure. They did nothing for public safety, and neither will personal attacks on the Prime Minister or any other member of this House.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the policies of this Liberal government have led to this. On Saturday, another stabbing death on the TTC in Toronto. A 16-year-old boy was murdered. On Sunday, a 37-year-old man was stabbed to death at a Starbucks in Vancouver. On Monday, a police officer was killed in Quebec while responding to a call. On Tuesday, a teenage girl was shot to death in a car in Calgary. Today, a woman was stabbed and severely injured on a train in Calgary. Mr. Speaker, violent crime is up 32% as a result of these Liberals' catch and release policies. So what's it going to take? How many people are going to have to die, Mr. Speaker, before they step up and fix it?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
I want to be clear that our hearts go out to every single victim that has been impacted by violent crime. The Conservatives heckle, Mr. Speaker. They speak a lot about common sense. I'll tell you what common sense is. Common sense is not returning to the stale and failed policies which led to police cuts led by Conservatives, which led to weakened borders, which were a result of Conservative cuts, and, Mr. Speaker, which saw Conservatives give up on vulnerable Canadians while this government continues to support them. Mr. Speaker, drop the slogans. Let's focus on solutions. Let's do this work together so we can protect our communities.
The member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal minister can make up whatever stories he wants, but the proof of the priority or lack of priority on fighting violent crime is in black and white in their budget. There was not one mention of fighting violent crime in that budget yesterday. Not one. It is not a priority for these Liberals, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? The reality is, if Canadians want repeat violent offenders out of our communities, this Liberal government is the very last government that's going to do it. Their 8-year record of catch and release policies proves that, Mr. Speaker. So isn't that right? They're never going to fix this, and they're only going to make it worse, Mr. Speaker. Isn't that right?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague purports supports to care about victims. Where was she when she had an opportunity to support the $450 million which we invested in the CBSA to stop the illegal flow of guns into our country? Where was she, Mr. Speaker, and the rest of the Conservative Party when it came to supporting law enforcement with over $360 million voted for it? What did they do? They voted against, Mr. Speaker. Where was she when it came to the $250 million under the Building Safer Communities Fund to support vulnerable Canadians with mental health supports? They voted against. Mr. Speaker, I invite the Conservatives to get on board so we can protect our communities.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday in Calgary, a teenage girl was shot when she was sitting in a car. No one knows why. The day before in Louisville, Sergeant Maureen Bro was killed while carrying out her duties. Violence is increasing everywhere. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister adopted Bill C-5, which enables violent criminals to undergo their sentence at home in the community where they committed their crime. I tabled Bill C-325 to correct this monumental mistake in C-5. Will the Prime Minister and his caucus support my bill? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, what the Honourable colleague is saying is false. Serious crimes deserve serious consequences, and Bill C-5 includes these types of sentences only in cases where public safety is not threatened. Mr. Speaker, we are working closely with the provinces and territories to address this issue. We will improve the system by working together. Slogans will not help, Mr. Speaker. It is working together that will lead to solutions. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, it is the Minister of Justice whose words make no sense. For example, right after Bill C-5 was adopted, we saw that Jonathan Gravel ended up getting only home arrest after violently assaulting a woman. But if it weren't for C-5, he would be behind bars. I tabled the bill to rectify this type of horrible situation, which makes no sense. Will the Minister of Justice understand what I'm saying and support my bill? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-5's goal, its goal was to do something about systemic racism in the system and the systemic overrepresentation of Indigenous and Black people in the justice system. Serious crimes deserve serious consequences, always. If my honourable colleague wishes to take issue with the decisions made by judges in our system, he can, but it would be much more productive to work together to find solutions. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, in yesterday's budget, the Liberals spent huge amounts of money to please the NDP while interfering with provincial jurisdiction. But today, the government of Quebec requested that it can withdraw with compensation from the dental care system. We already have our own. So instead of creating new programs, the government should adequately fund existing programs. So will the federal government allow Quebec to withdraw with full compensation? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to hear my colleague refer to the major investments that were confirmed yesterday in Budget 2023. These investments will support hundreds of thousands of Canadians, patients, workers throughout Canada and Quebec. And the dental care system that will be soon brought into place will help millions of Quebecers to better take care of their dental health. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, Mr. Speaker, Quebec is also concerned about the fact that the budget will be sending money that was supposed to be for the environment, that it will be sending into oil companies. Up to $37 billion over 10 years could be used for dirty energy projects or to support hydrocarbon production. This morning, the National Assembly was unanimous and asked the federal government to end all direct or indirect subsidies to oil or gas companies using Quebec money. Will the government finally listen to Quebec and stop investing our money in dirty energies? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is always nagging and complaining and grimacing. If we help people who need it, they're nagging. If we support the environment, they're complaining. They're always saying the same thing and trying to pick fights rather than being happy that we're investing in health, dental care, the environment, helping people buy groceries. That's a government that takes action.
Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Inflation said she didn't want to add fuel to the inflationary fire. Yet in yesterday's budget, she literally threw a $43 billion jerry can on the inflationary fire that she created in the first place, and literally put $4,300 of extra cost on each and every Canadian households. Inflation is at a 40-year high. Gas, groceries, home heating, mortgages, rents, all have doubled because of the failed policies of this Liberal NDP government. In what world is it fair to add an extra $4,300 on the backs of hardworking Canadian households?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Conservatives can lack ambition for this country, but the Liberals know that we have a golden opportunity to build the economy for the future, to have hundreds of thousands of jobs in hydrogen, in clean tech, in green tech, to feed and fuel the world, Mr. Speaker. That's why our budget puts in the building blocks for the economy of the future, puts a marker down to help Canadians struggling with inflation, and reinforces our healthcare system for the next 10 years. The Conservatives don't like it. Canadians asked us to do it, and that's our job, and we're going to continue to deliver for Canadians.
Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Adding $4,300 on the backs of each and every household. And the Liberals think everyone is stupid, that we should join in on their war on work and on paychecks, that we should support their failed inflationary policies. We're not gullible like the NDP. We're going to stand up for Canadians every single day. And this is a government that says they're fiscally prudent, then turns around and pile drives Canadians with an extra $4,300 of cost. They claim that they care about the pain of Canadians, yet they're going to increase the cost of their failed carbon tax just this Saturday. Again, in what world is it fair to add an extra $4,300 on the backs of hardworking Canadian families?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in what world is it fair to tell Canadians who are dealing with the most difficult time since the Second World War to use the kind of incendiary language and misrepresentation of facts that we saw on the other side? We are going through a global inflation challenge, but this is a pattern of behavior where they make it personal, they attack, and they make up facts. You take the Prime Minister being in London, where they talked about the cost of a hotel room. That hotel room, Mr. Speaker, was for more than one room, and it included rooms for security. There is a constant effort on the part of the party opposite.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member has 10 seconds left. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would behoove us in this House, when we are dealing with the issues that are as serious as we're dealing with, to instead of advancing a partisan interest, as certainly was incredibly evident in that last question, to be with hyperbole and misrepresentation. Instead, let's deal seriously with the issues in front of us, honestly, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
After 8 years of the federal government, we had a clear demonstration that the uncontrolled spending party continues. A $43 billion deficit. $43 billion that we don't have. $43 billion. And we are billing our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. $43 billion that's going to contribute to inflation. And on Saturday, taxes are going to go up. $43 billion deficit is $4,300 more per Canadian family. Can the Prime Minister repeat his sentence? A budget balances itself. The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Le budget.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, this budget will enable Canadians to continue counting on their government support. We will meet the challenge by bringing in a new grocery rebate, which will benefit 11 million Canadians. We will increase our health care payments. We are investing in the future of our economy. We are laying the foundation for a strong future economy. That is our duty, and we will do so for Canadians. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, almost to the day, the Minister of Finance said, we are determined to ensure that the debt-to-GDP ratio goes down. But today the opposite is happening. She said our deficits must go down, but now we're seeing the opposite. She also said debt must and will be reimbursed, but it's the opposite. Can the Minister of Finance rise from her seat in the House of Commons, look Canadians in the eye, and say, I'm sorry I lied to you? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. I'd like to thank my colleague, and yes, I will look directly into his eyes as well as the Canadians listening. We listen to Canadians on their side of the House. They should do that a little more often, Mr. Speaker. Canadians said something very clear to us, help us with the cost of living. And now 11 million Canadians will benefit from the GST grocery rebate. That's what being there for people looks like. People also said help us with healthcare, and that's also something we're investing in because it's a priority for Canadians. And they also said create the jobs of the future because we want a future for our children, and that's what we're doing.
Député de Burnaby Sud.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Price for a one-bedroom apartment in Toronto has now hit $2,500. The cost of housing in our country is skyrocketing. We are in a housing crisis that's gripping the entire nation. Every community is feeling the impact. People cannot find a home that's in their budget. People are struggling in inadequate housing. And this government doesn't understand how serious it is. So when will this Prime Minister take the housing crisis seriously and finally build more homes that people can afford faster?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Speaker, in addition to the $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund to speed up the construction of new housing for more Canadians, and a rent-to-own program, a $500 federal top-up for Canadian renters, a $40,000 tax-free first-time home savings account, new guidelines to protect Canadians with mortgages facing exceptional circumstances. In addition to that, Budget 2023 doubles housing construction this decade, directly supports those with the cost of housing, helps Canadians to save for their first home, curb unfair practices that drive up the price of housing, and support the construction of deeply affordable housing.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Economists are warning that a recession is very likely coming our way. And the reality is that the debate isn't about whether or not it's coming, it's about how big or small it is. And workers are staring down the face of a recession with an EI program that doesn't cover all workers. Yep. Unions, leaders, organizers have all raised the concern and the alarm bells that we need an EI system that works. When will this government fix EI so it's there for every worker?
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Lieber.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that EI benefits need to be fair, more responsive, and more adequate to the needs of Canada's evolving workforce. That's why we are committed to comprehensively modernizing the EI system. We consulted widely with unions, workers, employers, and other partners so that we can build an EI system that meets the needs of Canadians for decades to come. We have already extended EI sickness benefits from 15 to 26 weeks, and with Budget 2023, we propose extending support for seasonal workers until October 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has always said we need to get this right. This is a priority. We are on it, and we will get this done.
Well, member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Increases in duties such as those on alcohol can sometimes provide predictability to businesses. However, as all members of this House know, we are in an unusually high inflation situation. On April the 1st, the excise inflation adjustment on alcohol was set to increase by 6.3%. So I'm asking the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance to tell this House what the government is doing to assist breweries, winemakers, and spirit providers in this country.
Minister for Tourism.
Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague and friend from Etobicoke Lakeshore, and indeed all members of the Liberal caucus for raising this important issue for the government and for their hard work on the file. In the budget we tabled yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we've temporarily capped the excise inflation adjustment for alcohol for 2% for 1 year as of April 1st, 2023. This important relief...
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt. I'm having a hard time hearing the answer. The honourable minister, maybe about 20 seconds, if you don't mind, on that one.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore, all Liberals, for leaning in on this issue. In the budget yesterday, we capped the inflation excise tax at 2%, Mr. Speaker. That is great news for the tourism sector, great news for Canadians. We listen and we deliver.
The member for Foothills.
The Prime Minister's new spending spree in this year's budget is going to cost every Canadian family more than $4,300. And Canada's food price index is showing that groceries for a family of four are going to be more than $1,000 in 2023. And yet, this Prime Minister wants to make food even more expensive by increasing the carbon tax on April 1st. So why is the Prime Minister choosing to increase taxes, fan the inflationary flames, rather than make food more affordable for every Canadian family?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
If the Conservative members of Parliament really cared about the cost of food, they would do something really simple, which is support this budget, because in it there is a grocery rebate for 11 million Canadians that is going to help them with the high cost of food. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservative members of Parliament cared about the high cost of living on families, they would have supported our Canada Child Benefit, which provides up to $7,000 per child per family for the most vulnerable. They have some easy things that they could do to support Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
For Foothills.
If they really cared about the price of food, they would actually decrease the carbon tax, because then Canadians wouldn't need a grocery rebate. And the food professor, Dr. Charlebois, said the grocery rebate isn't going to help because it's the carbon tax, not climate change, that is driving food inflation. And he's right. The Liberals' new spending in this year's budget is going to cost every Canadian family $4,300 a year. And when they triple the carbon tax, it will cost Alberta families a net loss of $2,200 a year. How many families are going to have to go hungry before they realize this is a mistake and axe the carbon tax?
L'honorable ministre des Sports.
La différence entre nous et les conservateurs, c'est que les conservateurs...
The difference between us and the Conservatives is that no matter what's going on, they're attached to one ideological idea, which is austerity. On this side, Canadians know that we're there for them, whether it be during the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, increased costs of living. They know we're there to help those who need it with the cost of groceries, with rent, and to make sure that everyone has access to quality health care, universal and public, throughout the entire country. Thank you. Before moving on to the next question, I want to remind members that if we look in one direction and talk, it's not where you look that the voice goes. It goes everywhere, and I can hear you. Just a little reminder. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, less than 1 year ago, the Deputy Prime Minister stood in this House and said, "We are absolutely determined that our debt to GDP ratio must continue to decline. Our deficits must continue to be reduced. This is our fiscal anchor. This is a line that we shall not cross." Promise made, promise broken. The big spending budget yesterday adds $4,300 of spending and debt for every household in Canada, and it increases the debt to GDP ratio next year. Mr. Speaker, why does the government continue to make promises it has no intention of keeping?
Great job, Adam. Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague opposite can look at the budget and look right in the lines and see very clearly that the deficit is going to continue to go down every single year for the next 5 years. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this year's budget is lower than last year's budget. And all of this is happening amid great economic headwinds around the globe. Mr. Speaker, Canada has the lowest deficit in the G7. It has the lowest debt in the G7 and the lowest debt to GDP ratio in all of the G7, Mr. Speaker. Those are the facts, and it's on our watch.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister also said the pandemic debt we incurred to keep Canadians safe and solvent must and will be paid down. Even just a few months ago, the Deputy Prime Minister said the budget will be balanced. Another promise made, another promise broken. Now the government's adding $4,300 in new spending and debt for every household in Canada, and there's no balance in sight. Why do the broken promises keep costing Canadians so much?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration.
I'd remind the honourable member that despite the extraordinary need to respond to a once-in-a-century global pandemic, Canada maintains the healthiest fiscal position of any G7 economy. The reality is, it's fascinating for me to watch the Conservatives refuse to acknowledge the measures that we are putting in place to support Canadians, the measures to ensure that people can afford the cost of living as families struggle with the cost of inflation, the measures that are creating jobs in our communities, and the measures that are investing in health care so people who live in our neighbourhoods can have access to quality care and maybe have a family doctor. We make these promises, we keep these promises, and we do it in a fiscally responsible way.
Honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Ottawa is betraying Quebec's aerospace industry. Commenting on the budget, Aero Montréal stated that there's a lack of concrete measures dedicated to supporting small and medium businesses, but that's not all. At the same time, Ottawa is weakening our industry. The Liberals are offering a $9 billion military contract to Boeing on a silver platter, bypassing Bombardier without a penny of economic spin-offs for Quebec. When will Ottawa start supporting Quebec's aerospace industry instead of giving our money to our American rivals without a competitive process? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague. We've always been there for aerospace. We are there for aerospace. We'll always be there for aerospace. It seems to me that my colleague might have a short memory. He should remember that with Premier Legault and the leader of the Canadian government, we made the biggest announcement in the history of aerospace. And that was just a few months ago. We've always been there, and we will be there for aerospace workers in the future. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, it seems that Ottawa is doing it on purpose. Not only is there nothing in the budget for the future of aerospace, the Liberals are maintaining a misnamed and ill-conceived luxury tax that prevents our industry from selling its planes at competitive prices. Not only is Ottawa doing nothing to fill our order books tomorrow, it's making sure that there's nothing in them today. Right now, 2,000 jobs are at risk if the Liberals keep their tax the way it is. Will they finally suspend it so that we can fix this mistake before jobs are lost? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, we have a tax system in Canada that requires all Canadians to pay their fair share. Announcements in the budget for Quebec include $447 million for Quebec, additional transfers for health, $47.8 million over 9 months to improve Highway Bonaventure, $1 million to protect French in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, we're delivering the goods, and the Bloc Québécois is just looking for a fight.
Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Lost in yesterday's budget bonanza was the announcement of the appointment of the interim ethics commissioner, a Miss Martine Richard. Can the Prime Minister confirm and for the House and reassure Canadians that Miss Martine Richard is not the same person who is the sister-in-law of the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister who has been found guilty of breaking the Conflict of Interest Act?
Full government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite will know, the interim ethics commissioner is somebody who's a career public servant who in fact was engaged by the Stephen Harper government to come into the ethics commissioner's office. They are number 2 in the office and have been working in the ethics commissioner's office for over a decade, and it makes absolute and complete logical sense that they would be acting on an interim capacity after all of that information that I've just shared. And the member, of course, would be aware that an ethical screen always exists to ensure no such conflict occurs.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, they've got to be kidding. I guess they got tired tired of being found guilty. These are the Liberals. The Intergovernmental Affairs Minister, the new Ethics Commissioner's sister or brother-in-law, was found guilty of breaking the Ethics Act. The Prime Minister was found guilty of breaking the Act. The Trade Minister was found guilty of breaking the Act. This is a cabinet of serial lawbreakers, and now they've got an inside man working at the Ethics Commissioner's office. How can Canadians have confidence in the officers of Parliament if these guys are stacking the deck?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, Martine Richard is a woman, not a man. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this individual has worked in the Ethics Commissioner's office for 10 years. They were engaged when it was Stephen Harper who was in government. Questioning their credibility, attacking them that way, those kinds of conspiracy theories have a place in Reddit. I'm not sure they have a place in this chamber.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, what's not a conspiracy theory is that the Prime Minister Stephen Harper was never found guilty of breaking the Conflict of Interest Act, unlike this Prime Minister. The Conservatives never appointed family members to serve in the Ethics Commissioner's office because they wanted Canadians to have confidence in their public institutions. Unlike this serial law-breaking Prime Minister, twice found guilty of breaking ethics laws, and his Intergovernmental Affairs Minister, who now has his sister-in-law, who is going to make sure that there's no more guilty findings for these Liberals. Will they assure Canadians today that they will appoint someone who is independent and does not have the appearance of a conflict of interest?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely. In the appointment of any independent officer of Parliament, we always ensure that such individuals are independent and beyond reproach, and I find it frankly extremely disappointing to take to somebody who has worked in the Ethics Commissioner's office for a decade and is now operating on an interim capacity.
The Honourable Government House Leader, you have about 20 seconds left.
Mr. Speaker, when we throw around accusations in this place, when we take public servants who've served their country for more than a decade, I would suggest that we use some, to be judicious in the way that we approach it. This is somebody who was appointed when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, who's worked in the Ethics Commissioner's office for a decade, and is acting in an interim capacity while we work with all parties collaboratively to find the right individual to be the permanent Ethics Commissioner.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Nous savons que les programmes provinciaux et territoriaux.
We know that provincial and territorial programs don't cover dental care needs equally across Canada. Yesterday, our government announced, as part of Budget 2023, the commitment to move forward with our investment and ensure access to dental care for Canadians who need it. And it creates the new Canadian Dental Care Plan. Can the Minister of Health talk more about our current plan to move our dental plan forward? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for London West for the question. She knows, like all of us, that dental care is essential for health. That's why many children have received a significant subsidy for dental care. We will implement a dental care insurance plan for all Canadians whose household earns less than $90,000. We're going to offer health care for people with disabilities and children and seniors by the end of this year.
Very Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, we found out that Canada imports all our baby formula from other countries. For over a year, there have been shortages of baby formula all across this country with no end in sight, and the shelves are now bare, leaving many families stressed, frustrated, and desperate. Moms and dads that rely on formula to feed their kids are now scared they won't be able to feed their baby. When does the Prime Minister intend to do something about this crisis?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm obviously very
very pleased to hear this question, although very troubled also by all the challenges that families, mothers and parents and fathers like me with children face in those very tight circumstances. That's why Health Canada has made sure that with special interim regulation policies, more than 70 additional formulas could be imported in the last few months to Canada. More will come because we're working with international providers that more infant formulas come more quickly to those children and families that need them.
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
For the second year in a row, Liberals have expropriated $5 million of quota from Elver harvesters to give to others without compensation. This is against 2 decades of DFO policy that a willing buyer needs a willing seller. The minister in committee this week stated that the expropriation will come mainly from harvesters who haven't used their quota, yet her department has said it will come equally from all license holders. So who is right, the minister or her officials?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Our government is committed to advancing First Nations treaty right to fish. The Elver fishery is unique, and the preferred approach remains willing buyer, willing seller. That's a way to create predictability in the market and allow all harvesters to adequately plan. However, in keeping with the HoC court decision, we acknowledge that there are times that there is not a willing seller at a market price. A decision for the 23 season has not been made and will be shared soon.
Well, member for Thornhill.
More than 15,000 gathered in Toronto last Saturday to support Free Iran. Families of the victims of PS 752 were there. Survivors of the regime were there. People with loved ones suffering in Iran were there. But the member from Don Valley West stormed out in the middle of a speech by a world-renowned women's rights advocate, muttering something that I can't repeat in this House. Her crime was to call out the government for not banning the IRGC terrorists. So does he have the courage to stand up and apologize for his embarrassing display of disrespect, or is he going to storm out of here too?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I can say safely that without an exception, everyone in this House stands with the people of Iran in their struggles and with the regime. Against the regime and making sure that they stand with human rights and are every one of us is incredibly on that issue. Canada is recognized as a world leader in leading the way against the regime and for human rights. We have announced the 10th package of sanctions this last week. We have also made sure that IRGC officials cannot come to this country, and we will continue to work. Let me say, we may have different strategies.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, yesterday the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance presented Budget 2023, a made-in-Canada plan. Unlike the empty rhetoric of the Conservative Party, this is a real plan to deliver results for Canadians, and one I am proud to share with my constituents on Hamilton Mountain. Can the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance explain what this budget means for a strong middle class, an affordable economy, and a healthy future for Canadians?
Bravo.
Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain for that excellent question and our hard work on the file. This budget will ensure that Canadians have more money in their pockets and invest in the challenges that we are facing today. It delivers on affordability by making sure there's a new grocery rebate that will help 11 million Canadians. It stabilizes and invests in our healthcare system in the long term, and it makes transformative investments to fight climate change, to build our economy, to support Canadian businesses, to fight climate change, to build the economy of the future. That's what Budget 23 is about, delivering for Canadians.
Member for Burnaby South.
We need to fight the climate crisis like we actually want to win. There is an incredible opportunity. If we make the right investments to tackle the climate crisis and tie that to good jobs, good union jobs, and good wages, we can actually create positive economic growth. And we did that in this budget. We forced this government to have strings attached to investments so that any dollar that goes to a company has to be tied to guarantees for good wages, good salaries, and good union jobs. Will this government commit that for any future investments to incentivize business, it has to have strings attached to good jobs, good pay, and union jobs?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Leader of the NDP for raising this question because we have done something in Budget 23 that is new and it demonstrates leadership by our Liberal government in the investment tax credits. Whether it is clean technology, whether it is hydrogen, whether it is the clean electricity grid, to earn the top credits, Mr. Speaker, you need to have labour participation. That labour participation needs to include apprentices. And Mr. Speaker, it will mean prevailing wages as our labour partners asked us to do. We are delivering for union workers. We're delivering for Canadians.
Well, member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, people with disabilities deserve better from this government. When this government was serious about childcare, first came a federal investment of $30 billion, then agreements with provinces and territories, and then legislation. But for Canadians with disabilities living in poverty, yesterday's budget told them to just keep waiting, putting billions for a car on the moon and new gifts for oil and gas companies ahead of their basic needs. When will this government stop pretending agreements and legislation must be done before they put some money on the table?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, in Canada, no person with a disability should live in poverty. And that's why we are creating the Canada Disability Benefit, a thoughtfully designed income supplement with the potential to seriously reduce poverty and improve financial security for hundreds of thousands of working-age persons with disabilities from coast to coast to coast. On February 3rd, Bill C-22 passed unanimously in this House and is currently being studied at Senate committee. We look forward to its swift passage. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to say the Budget 2023 provides funding of $21.5 million to continue work on the Canada Disability Benefit. Thank you.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. And before we go to the point of order, we've got a couple of them that I believe are coming up. I'll make a note of it. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Derek Bennett, Speaker of the House of Assembly for the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Now we have some points of order. We have the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, just before we adjourned, you made it very clear to the House that we are only supposed to address people by their riding or their title. But yet again today we've seen, in particular from the member from Calgary Forest Lawn, using names I'm not going to repeat it, but basically not using the minister's real title, but rather a fictitious title that he decided to make up. I'm wondering if you could once again remind the House of this very important rule, and that perhaps you could even ask the member to apologize.
Hear, hear. Does the Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn want to respond? No? Okay, very good. What I do want to remind everyone, regardless of what side you're on, to please use respectful language and show some respect to each other, because what happens is when we show disrespect to each other, it bleeds out and it comes back to bite us. So, please do, and what we'll do is we'll check in the Hansard and find out exactly what was said and go from there. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, during question period, the member from Carleton, in describing increased rates of crime on the streets, used a derogatory term, savage, often used to describe Indigenous people. Not only is that term racist, Mr. Speaker, it's also unparliamentary. I want to invite the member from Carleton to retract that word and apologize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Once again, we'll look into it and see exactly what the context was of the use and get back to you if we see it necessary. We have another point of order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the previous point of order that was just raised and the use of derogatory language in this place. Right now, as we speak, there's members of the Conservatives that are trying to speak over us on a really serious issue. The use of that unparliamentary language is not satisfactory to the members of this House, including many of the Indigenous members. I ask that the Speaker take seriously the consideration by the member from Winnipeg Centre and ask that this word be retracted.
Hear, 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 hear. Once again, I want to repeat what I just said. We will take a look at what was said in Hansard, look at the context, and I will get back to the House should I see fit. It being 3:20 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-222 or C-226 under private members' business. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Thank you. La question est la suite.
The question is as follows.
Saanich Gulf Island, seconded by Ms. Sachs, moved that Bill C-226, an act respecting the development of a national strategy to assess, prevent, and address environmental racism and to advance environmental justice, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Clemens.
Nous procédons maintenant aux députés qui participent en personne. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr.
Fourth row.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamuter.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Ms. DeBruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Dillon.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row on my right.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Scrow.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row on my right.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Miss Annan.
Miss Annan.
Monsieur Lametti. Désolé.
Guilbeault.
Correction, Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Miss Jasek.
Miss Jasek.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Ms. Zarillo.
Miss Cirillo.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Fifth row on my left.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Fourth row on my left.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
First row on my left.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Kwan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Retour à Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Danta, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont South Glengarry.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Miss Ferreri.
Ferreri.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Garon.
Mr. Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
First row on my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Kuzi.
No, Dancho.
Désolé. Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin des...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 178, 178. Nays contre 144, 144.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-234 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Steinley, moved that Bill C-234, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We'll now start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Law.
We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Ms. Zarillo.
Zarillo.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Miss Barron.
Barron.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Ms. Gazan.
Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Cannings.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormadundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ferreri.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Vidal.
Mr. Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
First row on my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Dancho.
Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Kwan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Back to Mr. Ellis?
Mr.
Or Mr. Stewart.
Mr.
Apologies.
Stewart.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Quatrième rangée.
Ms. May Sanis Filings.
Ms. May Sanis Filings.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Deuxième rangée.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Donald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Fourth row.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Ms. O'Connell.
O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Brampton East, apologies. Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrara.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Second row.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Miss Scrow.
Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Murray.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Miss Ing.
Ms. Ian.
Miss Ian.
Ms. Haidu.
Haidu.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
First row.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Annan.
Ms. Annan.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guibault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Tassie.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Pat Taylor.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before continuing.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Koutrakis.
Mr. Speaker, I was having technical difficulties with my voting app, and I want to ensure that my vote was registered as nay.
It was registered as nay. Madame Posé.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, j'ai eu de sérieux problèmes techniques.
I had serious technical difficulties with the first vote. I was unable to vote. I would ask unanimous consent to record my vote for the first vote.
Si.
We'll finish this vote first.
We'll finish with this vote, and then we will return. Madame Posé, if you could wait, I will ask you to wait for a few minutes, and then we'll come back to you. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 176, 176. Nays contre 145, 145.
I declare this motion carried. I'll go straight to Madame Posé. Madame Posé, si vous...
Ms. Posé.
Répétez ce que vous avez dit.
Please repeat what you said earlier. Due to serious technical difficulties, I was unable to record my vote for the first vote. I request unanimous consent to be able to record it now. All those opposed to the honourable member moving this motion will please say nay. Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Madame Posé, your vote will go as you wish it. I vote no.
To order, the honourable member for Regina Capel.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to add to the point of order that was raised by the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, who took issue with the use of the word savage. I just want to provide you with some context, Mr. Speaker. On October 30th, 2020, the member herself used that word in her intervention. On December 7th, 2018, in Hansard, I'll refer you to, the NDP member for North Island Powell River used that word as well. The chair didn't have any problem with that. L'honorable député de Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie on July 7, 2021.
Same word, Mr. Speaker. I understand that the NDP likes to have fake outrage. And it is ironic because this party, the NDP, has no problem propping up a government led by someone who has performed racist acts so many times he's lost count.
I think it started off as a point of order, but it kind of went into debate there. But as I mentioned, I will be looking into it to see the context of how it was said and then go from there. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre is rising on a point of order. On a point of order.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And it is a fact that I've used the word savage when referring to the racist colonial history in this country. And I'm wondering if the leader of the King's Royal Opposition wants to go back to the time when they had acts entitled an act to gradually civilize the savage in Canada. I hope we've moved past that in our...
Again, we're moving into debate. I'm going to ask. Yeah, we're moving into debate again, and I'll be back with a ruling on that, or we'll look at what the context was that it was used in, and come back should the House be required to. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 25 minutes. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. That's outstanding work.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Monsieur Boissonneau, appuyé.
Mr. Boissonneau, seconded by Ms. Fortier, requests leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act and the Income Tax Act.
Cette motion.
This motion is considered carried.
Seconded by Ms. Fortier, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
For Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans entitled Main Estimates 2023-24, Votes 1, 5 and 10 under the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great job.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Supporting Black Canadian Communities Initiative.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 33rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Mr. Speaker, it's Wednesday and this is my 3rd report this week. That's how much work the Procedure and House Affairs Committee has been doing. The committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 9112, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the items added to the order of precedence on Thursday, March 16, 2023, and recommended that the items listed herein, which it has determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 9112, the report is deemed adopted. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I as well have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, entitled Main Estimates 2023 and 24. Vote 1 under Canadian Commercial Corporation and Vote 1 under Invest in Canada Hub. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a National Strategy on Student Loan Debt. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise today to introduce the Student Debt Relief Act, with thanks to the great member for Edmonton Griesbaugh for seconding this legislation. Far too many Canadian students have been forced to assume a crushing debt load simply to receive an education. In Canada, the average student loan debt is now $28,000 for a bachelor's degree and $15,300 for college graduates. This legislation provides for the development of a national strategy to address student loan debt by cancelling debt from government-provided student loans, permanently eliminating interest from all government-provided student loans, increasing non-repayable student grants, and protecting future students by reducing the cost of post-secondary education across Canada. In fact, in my view, it should be free.
Yes.
New Democrats believe that every student who studies hard should be able to access a world-class education without going into debt. I call on all parliamentarians to work together to make debt-free, accessible post-secondary education a reality for all students across Canada.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Oh, I got mine here. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Presenting of petitions. The honourable member for. See how this is what happens when you're not quite ready for it. Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the member for Winnipeg North was hoping I would present a concurrence motion today, but the House is eagerly awaiting the address of the Leader of the Opposition on the budget, and I know the member didn't want to miss that. So I will only be presenting one petition today in anticipation of the great speech to come. It is in support of Bill C-257, my private member's bill. This is a bill that would combat the grave problem of political discrimination in this country. Petitioners want the House to support Bill C-257 that would work to end discrimination on the basis of political belief or activity and also defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. I hope members will support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to present a petition from the wonderful parishioners of St. Clair of Assisi Catholic Church in my riding, where they go on to state that we, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the House of Commons to adopt human rights and environmental due diligence legislation that would just, I would quickly say two of the points that they seek. Require companies to prevent adverse human rights impacts and environmental damage throughout their global operations and their supply chains, and result in meaningful consequences for companies that fail to carry out and report on adequate due diligence, and establish a legal right for people who have been harmed to seek justice in Canadian courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député de Richmond.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wish to table a petition on behalf of a victim of the Pasteur Guillot, who experienced extremely severe harm at the hands of this individual. It's a petition signed by over 1,100 people throughout the country who ask that we repeal once and for all Section 43 because it's unacceptable. In 2023, Section 43 of the Criminal Code, which was adopted in 1912, authorizes parents and the representatives to use force, to use corporal punishment as long as the force is deemed reasonable. And the concept of reasonable force is a variable and subjective concept. And it's time for the code to evolve in step with Canadian values. And the use of corporal punishment towards adults since 1962 has been abolished. The government committed to implementing call to action number 6, which calls for the repeal of Section 43 as part of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. For that reason and many others, I table this petition, and I hope the government will hear the call of these citizens, of victims who want this section of the code repealed.
Petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member de Esquimalt, Senate Souk.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to table e-petition 4151, which deals with the scourge of international parental child abduction. This is where one parent takes a child out of the country to attempt to deny the other parent contact with their child. The petition points out the last time the House of Commons studied this problem was more than 25 years ago. It calls on us to designate April 25th as a day of observation for victims of international parental child abduction, and it calls on this House to study ways where the government could provide effective assistance for parents trying to recover contact with their children and protection of their children's right to be in contact with both parents. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions, the honourable member for Calgary-Mindeport.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present several petitions in the House today. They were all spearheaded by one of my constituents, Pat Derbyshire, and reflect her genuine concern for human rights and protecting the environment internationally. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Présentation de pétition, presenting the petitions, the honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of constituents and stakeholders in my community of Mississauga, Erin Mills, and citizens across Canada. Petition E3899 considers the ongoing humanitarian refugee crisis in Yemen, which has garnered over 1,000 signatures. As of today, more than 4.5 million Yemenis have been displaced or forced to flee their homes due to conflict, and millions more face daily threats that require urgent humanitarian aid. These petitioners consider vulnerable Yemenis, including children, who face ongoing violence while their country deals with the real threat of widespread famine. Mr. Speaker, the undersigned, who are citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to accept Yemeni citizens as refugees by applying the same support granted to Ukrainians, Afghans, Syrians, and Iraqis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition. Presenting the petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of constituents in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith who are calling on the government to take the climate crisis seriously and to enact legislation that will ensure an inclusive and equitable transition to a sustainable economy. This petition includes, amongst others, Mr. Speaker, a call to reduce emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels, wind down the fossil fuel industry, to create good green jobs and drive inclusive workforce development, to protect and strengthen human rights and workers' rights, expand the social safety net, pay for the transition by increasing taxes on the wealthiest. I would like to thank the Council of Canadians and all signatories for bringing forward this important petition.
Presenting a petition, Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first one says, whereas children and youth have the right to participate in any sport in Canada free of maltreatment, abuse, and harm, and athletes' human rights are being violated with the current sports system approach, which lacks a transparent mechanism completely independent of sport to address maltreatment complaints, and a precedent of an inquiry has been set with the Dublin inquiry. These petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to call a judicial inquiry into the sports system of Canada. The second petition that I have, Mr. Speaker, is talking about companies that are based in Canada but are operating elsewhere in the world and committing human rights abuse, doing environmental damage, or not operating with integrity. And the undersigned citizens are calling on the House of Commons to require companies to prevent adverse human rights impacts and environmental damage throughout their global operations and supply chains, do their due diligence, and make sure that there's meaningful consequences for those companies that fail to carry out and report with due diligence, and establish a legal right for people who've been harmed to seek justice in Canadian courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petition, Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to present a petition on behalf of 434 signatories from across Canada, calling for new federal legislation which would require Canadian companies to prevent adverse human rights impact and environmental damage throughout their global operations supply chain. This petition also calls for Canadian companies to carefully assess how they may be contributing to human rights abuses and for establishment of a legal right for people who have been harmed to seek justice in Canadian courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un grand honneur de prendre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour to take the floor today for the tabling of this petition that has to do with pollination insects, especially with regards to domestic bees. Domestic bees are essential for our food system, for food safety, and for our ecosystems. It is clear that bees are currently threatened by insecticides, especially pesticides called neonicotinoids, about which global studies, especially from the European Commission, have found that evidence is clear that neonicotinoids are a real threat to domestic bees. The European Commission has started to work on a full ban on the use of neonicotinoids or rather they started in 2017. Therefore, the petitioners are asking that the Government of Canada do the same thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to table a petition on behalf of residents of Union Bay, British Columbia, where there's an unregulated ship-breaking outfit doing business there. And they raise concerns, Mr. Speaker, to the House that there's significant risk to workers and the environment associated with shipbreaking due to the presence of a wide variety of hazardous materials at the end of life of marine vessels. But unlike other jurisdictions, Canada lacks standards when it comes to shipbreaking, and also the lack of domestic oversight of ship recycling and disposal of end-of-life vessels. So they're calling on the government, Mr. Speaker, to simply develop enforceable federal standards to reduce the negative environmental and social impacts of ship recycling that meet or exceed those in the EU. When it comes to the EU ship recycling regulation, provide assistance through loans or grants to seek long-term reputable ship recycling companies to facilitate the implementation of new federal standards into operations, and finally, to develop a strategy for recycling end-of-life federally owned marine vessels. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions, and last but not least, of course, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
So glad you had time for me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I present a petition on behalf of residents of my community that reads, whereas every Canadian has a right to safe and affordable place to call home, whereas the Canadian government legislated the recognition of housing as a human right. First time that I'm being heckled during a petition, but whereas the Canadian government
Order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands has the floor.
I recognize this is very complimentary of the government, so I understand why the Conservatives would heckle. Whereas the Canadian government has launched its first ever national housing strategy with more than $72 billion invested, and whereas Budget 2022 earmarked a historic $14 billion investment to double the construction of new housing this decade. We, the undersigned residents of Kingston and the Islands, call upon the Government of Canada to continue investing in affordable housing and improve housing outcomes for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions. Présentation de pétition. A whole 3 minutes and a half left. No, we're good. Okay, moving on to questions on the order papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Oh, sorry, we're going to go to a point of order from the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise on a point of order to correct the record for my answer in question period today. Licenses for the Elver fishery have been issued for the 2023 season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Minister for that clarification. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Question 1230, 1232, 1233, 1235, 1238, 1239, and 1242. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 1228, 1229, 1231, 1234, 1236, 1237, 1240, 1241, 1243, and 1244 could be made for orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Notices of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for productions of papers be allowed to stand.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
I call P13, Mr. Speaker.
Notice of motion.
Oh, go ahead.
The notice of motion production of papers numbered P13 in the name of the Honourable Member for Regina Capel. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Monsieur le Président, je demande.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that this notice of motion for the production of papers be transferred for debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Transferred for debate pursuant to Standing Order 97-1. It is agreed that they stand. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, Ways and Means. Consideration of Ways and Means motion number 10, resuming the adjourned debate on the budgetary policy.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Debate.
Ça n'a pas de bon sens. Completely illogical, Mr. Speaker. A government that has already provoked the worst level of inflation in 40 years by doubling national debt, by adding more to our debt than any other prime minister. This government has admitted that government expenditures are increasing the amount of money that people have to spend. After 3 years of work, after experts, including the Governor of the Bank of Canada, the former Minister for Finance, Bill Morneau, and other have admitted that government spending increases inflation. Finally, the minister had this same revelation, apparently, 2 weeks ago. She said that she didn't want to put any oil on the fire on the fires of inflation. So yesterday we expected to receive a budget that would reduce inflationist policies. But what we got was quite the opposite. In amongst the 4 promises made by the Liberals, they've shattered them all. They said that the debt-to-GDP ratio would go down every single year, but it's going up. Deficits would go down. They're going up. That debt adding during the pandemic would be reimbursed. It's not reimbursed, it's just going up. And finally, they promised that we would have a balanced budget by 2027, and now they admit that they will never have a balanced budget. Now, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the government cannot give anything more than what they've already taken from someone. The government has no money, and so every single dollar spent by the state needs to be paid by Canadians. There are 3 ways to pay for one's expenditures. First of all, with inflation, with raising debts, and 3, through taxes. And this government has chosen all 3 of these paths. Now, I would like to share some statistics, some stupefying statistics with regards to this government's spending. I would like to thank the Shadow Minister for Industry, the member for South Shore St. Margaret's, for these facts. The accumulated expenditures in the next 5 years will be at $3.1 trillion over the next 5 years. That's a record. No, not billion, not billion. In French, milliard is a billion.
We have a problem here.
Yeah.
There isn't actually a word for trillion in the French language. It doesn't actually exist. This government's debt is so big it violates the Official Languages Act, Mr. Speaker.
And today, I would like to announce that we will file a complaint with the Commissioner of Official Languages, Mr. Speaker. But the reality is, 3,000 billion, 3 trillion. But to my Francophone friends, it's 3,000 billion. That's bigger than the annual economy of this country, Mr. Speaker. Second fact. If these numbers are to be believed, and, well, we never believe in the government's numbers, but even if we were to believe in them, and if they don't increase expenditures by the end of their term, projected deficits will increase our national debt to another $130 billion. Our national debt will reach a record number, $1.3 trillion. Interest on national debt will go from $44 billion today to $50 billion in 5 years. If interest rates, calculations and forecasts stay as they are. Now, the Prime Minister stated when the journalists asked him how we will pay for all this debt, he said, that's not an issue. Interest rates are low. We'll never have to pay this money back for these expenditures. That was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he said that interest rates would be very low. They would remain very low. What do we have now? Interest rates on national debts have doubled. We now spend twice as much than our national defense budget on interest on national debt. This is ridiculous. We're spending about the same on interest than we're spending on health transfers. These interests are a threat to our capacity as a government to provide services to all and everyday Canadians. $3 trillion expenditures and huge deficits will throw worse than oil on the flames of deficit. Interest rates will have to go up again. In the last year of our Conservative government, program expenditures were at $280 billion. Now, program expenditures are at $556 billion. That's an increase of 63%. If numbers are to be believed, expenditures will balloon to $543 billion. That's an increase of almost 100% as compared to $280 billion. Are Canadians now getting twice as much service when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to public safety, when it comes to quality of life here in Canada? No. And that's the point. The Liberals judge their success based on how much they can become expensive and how much they spend. Imagine a restaurant, okay? You walk in and they say, well, the food is absolutely terrible. The service is almost non-existent. The atmosphere is pretty terrible, but it costs you $500 to eat there, so it must be the best in the town. That's Liberal logic. And I wonder why criminality has gone up by 32%. The Prime Minister says, well, victims of crime, don't worry, there's no problem. I'm spending a lot. I'm throwing dollars everywhere for public safety. What about weapons being smuggled in? They're saying, well, that's not an issue because we've spent a record amount to protect our borders. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. Failure is unacceptable, but it's even worse to fail in such an expensive way, and that is what the government is doing right now. What we have received from these exorbitant expenditures is a country that is truly shattered. People can't feel safe on the streets anymore after an increase in crime of 32%. Street gang murders have gone up by 92%. The number of families that have to go to a food bank every single month, 1.5 million Canadians who can't even feed themselves. 1 out of 5 Canadians may have to miss out on meals because food has become so expensive. 9 out of 10 young Canadians can't even dream of one day purchasing a house in the future because of the doubling in the price of mortgages and rents. Even if the government has spent $99 billion on affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, this country is in a worse state than before. Everything is shattered. What has been most broken is the agreement that we had between Canadians and their country. It was a very simple agreement. Here, in Canada, if you work hard, then you can have a house, you can have good food on the table, you can have a good quality of life, and you can succeed. And that's why immigrants come to Canada. They don't come here because of the lovely weather. They come here for this contract, this agreement. When people become Canadians, they say, I will work hard, I'll follow the law, and I'll have a lovely house, a good quality of life. And that was the agreement we were meant to have between Canadians and their government. And it's a logical agreement, and that's the reason for which people chose to move to Canada. But this dream has been shattered, Mr. Speaker. We, the Conservatives, will bring back this contract between Canadians and their government.
Pays qui fonctionne pour ceux et celles qui font le travail de notre pays. Nous croyons.
We believe in common sense, and we want to bring it back to Canada. We will bring prices lower. We will eliminate government waste, the carbon tax, and inflationary deficits. We will make paychecks more powerful again by eliminating and penalizing taxes on paychecks. Here in Canada, currently, we are punishing work. You can lose up to 89 cents on every additional dollar when you consider all the various taxes that are currently being applied to our paychecks. A government led by me would eliminate all of those taxes to make work pay more. We would ensure that people can buy houses again. We would get rid of all of the unnecessary paperwork so that people can buy houses. We will make our streets safe again so that people can walk around and feel safe. By putting an end to dangerous bail conditions that this government is using so that real criminals stay in jail. We will ban drugs like heroin and fentanyl in order to protect people. We will also stop using taxpayer money to fund drugs for people with addictions. Instead, we will fund real treatment. And we will prosecute the pharmaceutical companies that caused the crisis in the first place. We will put an end to the cycle of addiction, and we will help people rebuild their lives. We will also bring freedom back. We will protect it strongly when I am Prime Minister. We will bring democracy back to Canada and eliminate foreign interference in our election system and our democratic system. Canada's capital is Ottawa, not Beijing or Davos. We will take our own decisions in future. We will give people control over their own lives again. We will make Canada the freest country in the world and give people back control over their own lives. Mr. Speaker, everything I'm saying is just common sense. It's something that everyone can understand. The man on the street and the woman on the street can just understand that they're paying too much to pay the bills for this incompetent government. That is our mission, and that is what we will do as a Conservative government. Thank you.
The government can't give you anything it hasn't taken away. They have no money over there. All the money they spend belongs to other people.
Yes.
There's only 3 ways that they can extract it. And they do it by taxing, by borrowing, or by inflating. This government has done all 3. It's incredible. The finance minister admitted just weeks ago that deficit spending leads to inflation. It pours fuel on the inflationary fire. This was an admission that was a long time coming. I have to admit, I was waiting anxiously. It only took her 3 years after I started warning her about that.
You did.
Slowly but surely, a group of random liberals started to agree with me. First, it was the governor of the Bank of Canada, who had originally predicted deflation would result from his money printing. He came around to the view that inflation is caused by government deficits and money printing. Then, it was a former Liberal Deputy Prime Minister, John Manley, said all this spending is going to drive up the cost of living. And then it was another random Liberal, Bill Morneau, the former Finance Minister, Bill Morneau, who's become Bill No More, who said that we would have inflation as a result of all of this spending. And then finally, the Finance Minister we have now came out and said, spending money we don't have drives up the cost of living. It was a wonderful epiphany. And we thought that weeks later, it would translate into a budget that would show responsibility with the people's money. But instead, after they doubled the national debt, adding more debt than all previous prime ministers combined, they decided to dig even deeper. Let me share some of the astounding facts that my shadow minister of industry has dug up about this government's financial plan. The budget sets cumulative spending for the next 5 years at a record $3.1 trillion. That is bigger than the entire GDP of Canada. If these numbers are to be believed, and remember, you can't believe almost anything they project, and if they don't add more spending, they admit that they plan to add another $130 billion to our debt. The debt will rise to $1.3 trillion. Interest on the national debt is this year $44 billion, rising to $50 billion under this fiscal plan. To put that in perspective, they have literally doubled the amount that Canadians have to spend on bankers and bondholders since the Prime Minister promised that interest rates would stay low and there would be no cost to all this debt. We now spend more on interest for debt than we spend on our military, more than we spend on child care benefits, more than we spend on transfers for education and social services to the provinces, almost as much as we spend on health care. So instead of giving the money to soldiers and nurses, this Prime Minister gives it to wealthy bondholders and bankers. Yep. Exactly the opposite of what he promised. They're promising, Mr. Speaker, they're admitting that the spending this year will be a staggering $456 billion. This is an increase of 63% since the Prime Minister took office just 8 years ago, almost a 10% year-over-year annual increase in spending. And if you believe their projections, spending is set to rise to over $500 billion over the life of this 5-year plan we have before us. That will mean they will have literally doubled government spending. Doubled it. What is twice as good in Canada today? Can you think of anything?
Exactly.
Are our streets twice as safe?
No.
Wow, you just have to look around you this week to get an answer to that question. Where a father stabbed to death in broad daylight at a Starbucks in front of his kids for asking someone not to blow smoke from a vaping instrument into his children's face. A 16-year-old stabbed to death on the Toronto transit system by someone who had multiple prior criminal offenses. 2 young people have been stabbed, one of them killed on Calgary's transit in the last 36 hours from the time I stand and give this speech here today. Violent crime has increased by 32%. Gang killings have gone up by 92% under this government. So we haven't got twice as safe streets under this twice as costly government. We got twice as affordable housing? No, exactly the opposite. In fact, the average mortgage payment has doubled. The average rent has doubled. The average required down payment to get into your home has doubled. We haven't got better health care. The time it takes to get treatment has gone up to 26 weeks, which is double again what it was when this Prime Minister took office. So what are we getting for all of this money? Every time we stand up and highlight problems that are raging out of control in this broken country of ours, the Prime Minister stands and defends himself by bragging how much money he spent. It's incredible. It's like saying, he got a car. It breaks down on the road. The air conditioning doesn't work. One of the windows was broken when he drove it off of the dealership. But don't worry, he paid $200,000 for it, so it must be a terrific car. That's how Liberals judge success, by how expensive they can be. They have no common sense. The average single mother would do a far better job of managing this budget than this Prime Minister does, because she understands budgets don't balance themselves. But the good news is that we're going to turn the hurt that he caused into the hope that Canadians need. We need to bring home a country that works for the people who do the work, my friends. That means bringing home lower prices by eliminating the inflationary spending, deficits, and carbon taxes. We know the more money chasing fewer goods always equals higher prices. We need to reduce the burden of government on the shoulders of people to bring down costs and bring home more powerful dollars for people to purchase for a better life. We're going to bring home more powerful paychecks. By ending the war on work, this Prime Minister has unleashed a war on work in this country. You know, at some income levels, when you earn an extra dollar, you lose as much as 89 cents in income tax, payroll tax, and clawbacks of benefits that governments give out. We wonder why people don't want to work. We wonder why we have a labor shortage. If you tax labor, you get less labor. We have become a country that does not reward good and does not punish bad. You know, a hard-working person puts in an extra day's work, they lose it all to clawbacks and taxes. A criminal goes out in the streets and commits a violent crime, they pay no penalty. We don't differentiate between good behavior and bad behavior, and that's why we see everything coming crashing down across the country and in the lives of everyday Canadians. We need to reward the good work of the hard people who work hard, pay their taxes, and play by the rules. And that's why a Conservative government will reform our tax and clawback system to make work pay so that people can once again bring home powerful paychecks in this country. But bringing home powerful paychecks means we also have to get gatekeepers out of the gatekeepers who prevent those paychecks in the first place. The brilliant immigrants who come to our country ready to contribute, but then are prevented from working in their very professions. Right now, we have a doctor shortage of 40,000 doctors. We have 19,000 immigrant doctors who are banned from working in our hospitals. Most of them are qualified to do the work. I had to help one doctor who had been doing heart surgeries in Singapore get his license to practice here in Ottawa. Singapore, I hate to break it to you, is actually a more advanced country, yes, a more advanced country than Canada, and yet we block someone like that from doing surgeries at the Ottawa Heart Institute. Mr. Speaker, we have 19,000 foreign-trained doctors that could be helping in our medical system, but for these government gatekeepers. 34,000 foreign-trained nurses blocked from working in our healthcare system. And it's not just doctors and nurses, it's all professions. We had the head of the Aviation Association testify that there was an aviation mechanic working for Air Canada in Munich for 20 years. And then he moved to Canada, assuming he'd just keep his job with Air Canada. But they wouldn't let him do the same job on the same planes that he was doing in Germany. This is insane.
Yeah.
A Conservative government, led by me, will bring in a common sense blue seal standard, a national merit-based test that will determine who's qualified and who's not, so that our internationally trained professionals can take a test within 60 days, get a yes or no based on their proven abilities, and get to work in their fields. We'll back up 30,000 small study loans so that our immigrants can take time off work to study up to our standard, and we will make it possible for future immigrants to this country to begin preparing to get licensed to practice in their field before they even arrive in Canada, so that our immigrants can have big, powerful, inflation-proof paychecks, and we can have more doctors, nurses, and engineers. Bringing home powerful paychecks means getting the gatekeepers out of the way of our resource sector. We have the sixth biggest supply of lithium on planet Earth. This government now wants to spend $80 billion on subsidies for so-called green businesses. Well, wouldn't it be nice if we could actually harvest the lithium we have in this country and put that lithium in the batteries of the future, rather than relying on slave camps in other parts of the world and dictatorial parts of the world, or relying on China to refine 60% of all the lithium that comes to surface? Do you know how much lithium that we mined in Canada after 6 years of this Prime Minister in 2021? Zero, not a nothing, not even a tablespoon of this stuff. Why? Because by this government's own admission, it takes up to 25 years to get a mine approved in this country. No wonder every other country in the world is leaving us in the past. We're also, we could be shipping our natural gas overseas. There were 15 proposed natural gas liquefaction plants on the table when this Prime Minister took office. 0 have been built, even though the Americans have been able to build 7 in the exact same time, and the Germans were able to build an import plant, including through the application process through the final construction, in 194 4 days.
Yeah.
We could be shipping our gas overseas. When I'm Prime Minister, we'll remove the gatekeepers, deliver fast permits, build natural gas liquefaction plants, cool that gas down to minus 161 degrees Celsius, ship it over to Europe to break the European dependence on Putin, and over to Asia to break the Asian dependence on dirty coal fire. We'll turn dollars for dictators into paychecks for our people in this country. And we're going to bring homes that people can afford again. It's hard to believe that housing was cheap in this country 8 years ago before this Prime Minister. You could buy the average home for $450,000. $450,000 were all it costs. The average mortgage payment was a reasonable $1,400. The average rent for a two-bedroom apartment in Canada's 10 biggest cities was $1,100. What is it now? Well, the average mortgage payment is now well over $3,000. Double. The average down payment required for a minimum down payment of 5%, $45,000. It has doubled. And the average rent is now $2,200, also doubled. Now, why is this happening? Well, there's two obvious reasons. Inflationary deficits are driving up interest rates on mortgage borrowers, and local government gatekeepers are blocking construction from happening in the first place. That is why we have the fewest houses per capita of any country in the G7. In fact, according to the Scotiabank, we actually have fewer houses today per capita than when this Prime Minister took office. In Vancouver, the cost of government gatekeepers and red tape is $650,000 for every single unit of housing. We're not building anything because we're ranked 64th in the world for the time it takes to get a building permit. If you can't build houses, you can't house people. They want to bring in 500,000 people every single year, and they have no idea where they're going to put them all. They are setting us up for a massive financial and social catastrophe over the next 2 years as people have nowhere to live and nowhere to go, and we are going to see a massive breakdown in our communities as a result of this policy. Luckily, we can get the gatekeepers out of the way. And you know who showed us how? The First Nations people in Vancouver. They actually own, there's a reserve in Vancouver, inside the city of Vancouver. The Squamish people, they took on 10 acres of land. They're building 6,000 units of housing. That is 600 units per acre. Now, the reason they're able to do it is because they don't have to follow the rules of the city of Vancouver. They're their own boss, and they got the gatekeepers out of the way. They did what never would have been possible with these big city mayors. Now, there's been this tradition that Prime Ministers don't criticize mayors, and we use all of the fluffy language you read in press releases about working together in collaboration and partnership for a better future, all the garble that we're so used to hearing. You're right, you better believe a big change is coming, because I was accused by the Prime Minister that I would be fighting with the mayors. You're damn right I'm going to be fighting. I'll be fighting to get housing for our people. Our young people deserve to live in a home, and I will be putting in place serious financial penalties for big city mayors who block housing construction, and big building bonuses for those that get out of the way and allow housing to be built. I will, yes, absolutely. We'll bring it home. We will not be shoveling. Their solution is to shovel another $4 billion into municipal bureaucracy so that there are even more gatekeepers to block construction. My view is very simple. I will pay for results. Their infrastructure budget from the federal government will be based on the number of keys indoors. The houses will have to be finished, and there will have to be people moving in for every dollar they want to get in federal infrastructure money. I will require every federally funded transit station have high-density apartments built around and over top. Why is it that Hong Kong is the only profitable transit system on planet Earth? They sell the air rights right over the stations so that people live right on top of the transit, and that is the most effective way to do it. But in Canada, because of the gatekeepers and the rich leafy neighborhoods filled with champagne socialists, don't want anybody else living in the neighborhood, and want the transit station all to themselves. That's not going to happen anymore. If I'm going to fund transit stations, I'm going to require that working class people are allowed to live next to them, and that they'll be able to live there without even having to own them. And we've got these big ugly buildings. 37,000 federal buildings. Most of them are actually empty with people working from home. These big, ugly, empty buildings, they are shrines to the incompetence of this government. I will be selling them off to developers so that they can be converted into low-income housing. And it warms my heart to think of the beautiful family rolling up in their U-Haul to move into their wonderful new home in the former headquarters of the CBC. And we're going to honor the trades. We need tradespeople who can actually build stuff again. So we're going to make sure, unlike liberals who turn their nose up at working class tradespeople, we're going to make sure that trades and apprenticeships get the same support from government that universities and professionals do. We're going to accelerate bringing in more tradespeople from abroad, and we're going to make sure that young people are told that working in the trades is every bit as honorable and prestigious as working in a profession. Our tradespeople are the backbone of this nation. And we are going to bring home safe streets again. We know that the crime and the chaos and the savage violence that has been unleashed across the land is the direct result of liberal NDP policies which have flooded our streets with violent criminals and dangerous drugs. They brought in catch and release, so the same violent criminals get released again and again. You know, the same 40 people were arrested 6,000 times in Vancouver in 1 year. That's 150 arrests per person per year as a direct result of the Prime Minister's bail reform. My government will end the catch and release and bring jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders. Secondly, we're going to tackle the scourge of drug overdose deaths, which have been unleashed in this country under the policies of the Liberals and the NDP. They told us that they had all the evidence to do the things that made no sense to common sense people. They said, if we only legalize drugs and we use taxpayers' money to give people the drugs, then there will be no more overdoses because we'll be able to guarantee that these drugs are safe. They actually have heroin vending machines that they're funding with tax dollars. They're very proud of it. They say that they're using biometrics so that people can walk up and put their fingerprint out and out pops hydromorphine, which, you know, OxyContin caused the opioid crisis. Hydromorphine is 3 times more powerful than OxyContin. It's almost heroin. And what happens? The users take those drugs and they find they're not strong enough after a while. So what do? They sell them to kids. And they take the money and use it for fentanyl. So this government is spending, in this budget, hundreds of millions of dollars in additional funds to provide even more drugs that will kill our people. This policy is an unmitigated nightmare. The Lower East Side of Vancouver has turned into hell on earth. The number of overdose deaths is 300% higher than when this Prime Minister took office in British Columbia. And now we're seeing across Canada 22 overdose deaths every single day. It doesn't make sense. By the way, the same disgusting pharma companies that started the crisis in the first place are going to get some of the money from this budget to sell the hydromorphine that will perpetuate the ongoing addiction. The same corporate scumbags that unleashed this crisis by deliberately turbocharging sales and encouraging overdoses with bonuses for distributors who caused them are now getting money from this government to pay for the so-called safe supply of what is nearly a heroin-grade opioid. This is the most disgusting and outrageous policy perhaps the government has ever implemented, and we have a solution. We're going to ban hard drugs. We're going to stop using tax dollars to hand out those drugs. We're going to provide treatment. We're going to make it easier to get treatment than it is to get drugs.
Yes.
And we're going to make the pharmaceutical companies that caused this crisis pay the bill when I launch a $45 billion lawsuit to recover the money from them. That's what we're going to do. We're going to bring home our brothers, sisters, friends, and neighbors drug-free. We're going to restore the hope that anything is possible in this country for them, that there is always a chance at redemption, that anybody can turn their lives around. We have seen what treatment can do. The countless stories that I have heard when I go across the country. I met a nurse in Timmins who she was a nurse, had been a nurse, until she got hooked on opioids in the hospital, lost her job, lost her family, ended up on the street, but went and got treatment and recovery, and now she's got a job as a waitress, she's got her daughter back, she's got her dignity back, she's got her life back, and there are going to be many more stories like that when we bring home our friends and families. And we're going to bring home our freedom.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to bring home our freedom to this country, Mr. Speaker. The more government we have, the less freedom remains. This big, powerful government forgets its core responsibility. First and foremost is our national defense. We're going to bring the dollars out of the back office into the front line. Stop wasting defense dollars on big corporate procurement screw-ups, and make sure the money goes into the soldiers, into the hands, and to the support of our soldiers, sailors, and airmen. We're going to end the woke culture that is driving our young people away from the military and restore pride in our armed forces again. We're going to, yes, we're going to bringing home our freedom means bringing back democratic decision-making to this country by fighting against foreign interference, including by introducing a foreign interference registry and stopping foreign governments from interfering in our elections. Our capital is Ottawa. It is not Beijing. It is not Davos. And by the way, I will be banning every single minister in my government from any involvement in the World Economic Forum. We're going to bring home free speech by repealing C-11, which attempts to give government the control of what people see and say on the internet. We think that there are already 37 million Canadian content regulators. They're called the citizens of Canada, and they have the right to decide what they see and say on the internet in their free country. You know, I pointed out earlier that we had a deal in this country that if you work hard, you get a good living and a good life. A deal that, like everything else in liberal Canada, is broken. But it's not the first deal that has ever happened in the history of our democracy. No, the first deal was over 800 years ago, when a spoiled, power-hungry inheritor of the crown, King John, who'd taken the crown from his father. Does that remind you of anyone? And was overtaxing his people. He was taking away their freedoms, arresting without charge, confiscating without compensation, violating all the rules that we now take for granted. But the commoners forced him to the fields of Runnymede and required that he sign a deal, the Magna Carta, the Great Charter, which for the first time brought liberty under the law and made what is now called the state a servant and not a master of the people. That is our purpose here as well. We understand on this side of the House that we are servants. We are not masters. This is the House of Commons, the House of the common people. It is green because the first commoners met in the fields of Runnymede, which was also green. And they were the ones that harvested that field. They are the ones for whom we work. We stand for the common sense of the common people, united for our common home. Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home. And so they wanted more, Mr. Speaker, so I just, at least I'll move a motion that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House reject the government's budget statement. Yes, that's everything. The budget statement, since it will cost every Canadian household $4,200 and it fails to make Canada work for the people who've done the work. Namely, bring home powerful paychecks with lower taxes, including scrapping the carbon tax. Bring home lower prices by ending inflationary debt and deficits that drive up inflation and interest rates. And bring homes people can afford by removing government gatekeepers to free up land and speed up building permits. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Ms. Goodrich, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House reject the government's budget statement since it will cost every Canadian household $4,200 and it fails to make Canada work for the people who've done the work, namely A, bring home powerful paychecks with lower taxes, including scrapping the carbon tax, B, bring home lower prices by ending inflationary debt and deficits that drive up inflation and interest rates, and C, bring homes people can afford by removing government gatekeepers to free up land and speed up building permits. The amendment is in order. But before we go to questions and comments, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Saanich.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Finance. The Honourable Member for Victoria. Climate Change. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni. Post Canada. Or Canada Post, rather.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's great to see that Conservatives know how to jump up and clap after being heckled by the President of the United States last week. I was starting to get worried they didn't even know how to stand up for anything. But in any event, it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that Conservatives are against this. Yesterday, during question period, this member, the Leader of the Opposition, his deputy, told us she wasn't voting for it, even before they had seen anything that was in it. But I want to talk about two specific items that are in this budget that Conservatives are now choosing to vote against. The Leader of the Opposition, spoke at great length about his lack of interest in the green technology and green programs that are in here to help grow an electrical grid that is completely green. I hope he knows that the MP in this room, the riding in this room out of 338 of us, the one to benefit the most off of that is my neighboring riding, his seatmate, the MP from Leeds, from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. That riding will benefit the most from this program with the announcement of a $1.5 billion investment by Umicore to set up the largest battery manufacturing plant in North America in that riding. In addition to that, the endless continued supports in here, Mr. Speaker, for Ukraine. The member from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, who stands up for Ukrainians repeatedly, it's his prerogative if he wants to vote against this, but those are two incredibly good measures in here that will benefit Canadians and our allies around the world.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe there was a question there, but I do find it sad that member has been standing up every single...
We have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Just for the record, it's questions and comments, right, Mr. Speaker? I don't have to ask a question, do I?
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I just find it sad that member has been standing up there and regurgitating the phony talking points of this Prime Minister for 8 years. Yep. And all he's got is a fake position, not even halfway up the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. This member here has done nothing but reinforce the inflationist policies that are robbing the paychecks of hardworking people right across this country on this side of the House. We stand for the common people who actually do the work in this nation. We're going to lower the tax burden so that people can bring home more of what they earn. We're going to make this a country that works for the people who do the work, and that, Mr. Speaker, will happen as soon as we form Conservative government.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Leader of the Official Opposition for his good speech. As he knows, the French language has a great deal of vocabulary. We have a very good recipe for certain foods, and he started his speech by taking sentences said by the Minister of Finance and talked about the lack of consistency. We can't believe the government because it's not consistent. And then he quoted the governor from the Bank of Canada. A few months into his leadership race, he threatened to fire for incompetence. When I openly say that someone's incompetent, the first reaction that I have, if I were to become Prime Minister, would be to fire them. I don't quote people that I think are incompetent. Does he still want to fire the governor of the central bank that he's quoting in his speech? And if not, what is the intellectual process that he went through to change his mind? The Honourable Leader for the Opposition. Will I fire the governor for the Bank of Canada? I have a few questions for the member of the bloc. If a mechanic doesn't do his job, what happens? He's fired. No? If an electrician doesn't do their job, what happens? They're fired. If the governor of the Bank of Canada, instead of doing his job, which is to keep inflation at 2%, and instead borrows and prints money to fund the government's deficits, causes inflation that has now led to poverty among Canadians, he's not doing his job, which means he wouldn't be fired. In the real world, if somebody doesn't do their job, they're fired. I will introduce the Government of Canada to the real world by firing people who don't do their job. Yes. Questions and comments.
For Elmwood, Transcona.
But the question was, why quote somebody that you think should be fired?
Never answer. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, it's a little hard to know where to start. I mean, obviously, we're starting from some different positions and indeed a different way of understanding the situation that the country finds itself in. And the Leader of the Opposition had a lot of things to say. He said he would prohibit his ministers from participating in the World Economic Forum, I suppose as Stephen Harper did when he was Prime Minister, and announced from Davos that he would be raising the retirement age in Canada from 65 to 67. That's what Stephen Harper did at the World Economic Forum. I'm glad he won't be sending anyone there so that when they make announcements like that, they can be accountable in this place. Then he talked about a Blue Seal program, a good idea, one that they promised in 2006, and after 9 years of government, did nothing for. Then he talked about giving $4 billion to gatekeepers in this budget for housing. I presume he means the For Indigenous, by Indigenous housing strategy that is being funded to the tune of $4 billion in this budget. He had the audacity to criticize that after he invoked the example of the Squamish First Nation that is doing a good job of building housing. So, should we be surprised that he doesn't understand what's in the budget when his party announced they were going to vote against it before they even saw it? Probably not. But the question is, after saying all of those things, and he likes to point out people saying things and not following through, why is it that Canadians should believe him when the government that he was a part of did not act on the very things that he's talking about today?
That's right.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
First question, why quote someone I want to fire? I quote members of the Liberal government all the time, and it's my plan to fire them in the next elections. As for the Blue Seal, we did not promise that in 2006. We did promise to speed up foreign credential recognition, which we actually achieved. However, we need to go further. And in the last 8 years, it's only gone backwards. So we're going to bring in a Blue Seal standard, a merit-based standard to test the people who are professionals so that they can qualify just like those people who are born in this country. And the member finally says that I simultaneously criticize the government spending on housing while praising the First Nations who removed gatekeepers to get things built. Let's be clear. The First Nations in Vancouver did not build the housing with money from government. It is private financing that is what builds the vast majority of the housing in this country. We don't have a lack of financial ability to build housing. They're spending $89 billion on it. The problem is we ban housing from being built in the first place. We get the gatekeepers out of the way, build more homes, spend less money. It's common sense. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grassland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition for a fantastic speech. Now, when I go and speak in high schools, I ask the kids, what do you think about spending tens of billions of dollars on health care? And then I also ask, well, what do you think about spending tens of billions of dollars on debt? But then I get to say to them, you don't have to choose because we do both. I'm just wondering if my question through you, Mr. Speaker, is what message of hope do we have for our young people coming from this side of the House?
Yes. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
That's a great question, because the member is quite right in pointing out that every dollar we have to give to bankers and bondholders is money that we can't spend giving hip replacements and heart surgeries and other necessary care in our hospitals. And it is astonishing to me. The wealth transfer endorsed by the NDP and Liberals, they have no problem taking money away from treasured national social programs to give it to the wealthiest bondholders and bankers. Even the most famous global left-wing economist, Piketty from France, has pointed out that debt interest is a major wealth transfer from the working class to the super rich. And Mr. Speaker, we are the only party that is against adding this debt. The other parties want to continue to add it. We on this side of the House will bring hope to the young people by capping spending, unleashing the productive forces of our talented people so that we can produce more of what cash buys rather than just creating more cash. We're going to make this a country that works for the people who work, where it doesn't matter if your name is Martin or Mohammed, Singh or Smith, Polyev or Patel. As long as you're prepared to work hard, you can bring it home and achieve your dreams. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you, first of all, that I'm going to share my time with the amazing member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker,
Just so that we can continue on, continuer le débat.
We want to be able to continue this debate, so please take your conversations outside.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I give notice that with respect to consideration of motion number 2, respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other act, at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that the debate not be further adjourned.
Thank you for the notice. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Joliette. I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker. I'm rather shocked. I think that we have just been given a guillotine. They're decided that they're going to stop the debate at a certain point. With respect to the budget, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to continue my speech, even if there's some tumult over there among the Conservatives. Oh, rather the Liberals. Sorry, Liberals. Mr. Speaker, in the French version on page 30, there is a diagram which indicates the progression of the debt despite the spending in the budget. What we see is that in 30 years, the federal debt will be almost paid back. But here's the situation. The federal government has so many resources, and this is what we hear from the parliamentary budget officer year after year. The Liberals have so much wiggle room that they'll be able to do this. Now, the parliamentary budget officer says that at this rate, the provinces will no longer be able to provide services, the services they need to provide. They'll be bankrupt in a few decades. Now, Mr. Speaker, this brings us back to a budgetary imbalance. There's not enough money for the provinces to deliver services in their jurisdictions, and the federal government won't be able to either. When we look at the budget, health funding and the health accord is less than what was asked for, 6 times less than what Quebec and the provinces asked for. Now, Quebec said, well, I guess we have to take it, but it won't solve our health problems. This is huge, Mr. Speaker. When we review this budget, the deficit was $40.5 billion for this year. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the items that were voted for in the House, we get to $41 billion. So when I look at this year's deficit and I look at the votes that have expired, that's what happens. So despite the record spending this year, we've almost hit budgetary balance because there's money in Ottawa. But this is a problem for me. When we look at what the parliamentary budget officer said, Ottawa wants to maintain its debt GNP ratio, and perhaps it wants to lower taxes or increase spending one way or the other. This would lead to $80 billion. But where are these expired votes? They couldn't answer my question. They said, all this is very complex. It's not in the budget. At least that's the conclusion that I came to. You know, Mr. Speaker, when Paul Martin was Minister of Finance, every year he underestimated budgets by $200 million. So there was he could say there's a deficit. We need to be more thrifty. And then at the end of the year, they were in a much better situation than they thought they would be. Because he always underestimated revenue by 2%. But with this government, they see more money than they're going to use for their expenditures, so that at the end of the year, they have money left. So they're saying, well, it's not good to have a deficit. And so they say, well, now we had more than we thought. It was $40 million a year. The parliamentary budget officer said, he said, another $40 billion, that's $80 billion. That's 3 times more than Quebec and the provinces asked for to solve their health services issues. Mr. Speaker, this brings us back to the very sad issue of the budget balance, or imbalance, rather. Now, the proof of this, Mr. Speaker, is that in Chapter 6 of the budget, they just snap their fingers and say that there's going to be $20 billion less for Mackenzie, for ministers' travel. Easy as that. If we compare that to the Couillard government's austerity budget, in hundreds of thousands of dollars, they decided money going to grade schools. Here, it's not as easy to decide to spend less because every dollar that doesn't go to the provinces leads to fiscal imbalance. And what does fiscal imbalance do? Why is it there? It means that Ottawa is not watching its spending. Now, these aren't exact comparisons, but it gives you an idea. When Ottawa deals with EI, it costs a bit less than when Quebec deals with its social services. It costs 2.5 times the amount for the federal government to do what could be done in Quebec. When it comes to a passport, and we know about all the problems involving that, it costs 4 times more than does a driving license in Quebec, but it gives you an idea of the order of magnitude. Now, the government does indeed have the resources, but I found it really sad to see that support for health is 6 times less than what is necessary for Quebec to be able to provide better services. And given that the provinces don't have the necessary resources, the government is buying jurisdictions. We know that health is a Quebec jurisdiction, is a provincial jurisdiction, but here with their coalition, they're going to bring in a program of dental care. This is something that's been imposed on us, but it's a provincial jurisdiction. But the government's saying, we have so much money, we're going to go forward with it. So Ottawa is buying jurisdiction. So I thought the idea of a federation was a compromise, and that when you decided to be in this federation, that every province would be sovereign in its jurisdiction. But here we see that there's a real movement towards centralization, something that Laurier and MacDonald did not want. So my government in Quebec, my National Assembly, should be sovereign in its areas of jurisdiction. In a parallel way, Mr. Speaker, the federal government is increasing its intrusion into the provinces' areas of jurisdiction. An example, employment insurance. Here we're dealing with inflation. We're facing the risk of a recession. So given the possibility of a recession, what is this government doing? What is the Minister of Finance doing? Nothing. We have a broken system. If we have a recession, things are going to be tough. So the deficit generated by the pandemic, they've looked at all of this except for workers who will have to pay more for EI. This isn't good, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments?
For Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was very interesting.
The province of Quebec is one of the signatories of the healthcare agreements, which we've come to an agreement with all 10 provinces and the territories. For the federal government will have an additional $198 billion in total of healthcare spending over the next 10 years to the provinces. During the negotiations for the child care agreements, obviously I salute the province of Quebec. That was a first mover on a child care program for its residents. So I asked my honourable colleague across the way, isn't he in favour of the healthcare agreement that the province of Quebec signed with the federal government that is contained within the budget 2023?
De Joliette.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. The answer is no, it's not enough, because it's 6 times less than what was asked for in order to make their health system healthy. They've been stabilizing the level of support. In 2015, when this government was brought in, it was a certain level of funding. In 10 years, it'll still be 24%. It was 24% then. And there should be a certain balance. It should be 35%. Then it was to be 35%. It's not enough. Quebec was faced with it's that or nothing, and that was it. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very interesting to hear from the member for Joliette with his knowledge of finance, and I thank him for his speech. The Honourable Member and myself, we were elected for the first time in 2015. He will remember that in 2015, the people across the way were elected saying, we will have 3 little deficits and then we'll have a balanced budget. Here we are, 8 years later, deficit, 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 deficit. And here we have a $43 billion deficit. But my question is for my colleague, and he talked about my government, my parliament, and he was talking about the National Assembly. He'd do better to stay here when you consider who was elected there. I'd like to ask him, as a sovereignist, what does he think about this government which is intruding into provincial jurisdictions with respect to health and dental care? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to salute my colleague. We sit together on a committee and we both defend certain issues. But I'd like to make this point. We have a government which is a spendthrift. It's intruding into areas of jurisdiction which are not its own. My point is that despite all this, they don't have much room to maneuver. With a deficit of over $40 billion, the $40 billion deficit will be compensated for by other expired votes. And then there will be a greater room to maneuver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree completely with the Honourable Member for Joliette about the problems with the EI system right now. He might want to say a little more about the importance of a good system of employment insurance when we're facing a recession. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le député d'Almouth-Transcona pour sa question et ses préoccupations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. The government has been promising a reform of the EI system forever, but economists tell us that we may be facing a recession. We're headed for a recession. Now, we know one of the first things that has to work when there's a recession, it's the EI system. I think things are so bad, were so bad, that during the pandemic, Minister Morneau said, we have to bring in costly, short-term, improvised programs, but we have to reform the EI system now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last February 14th, I wished a happy St. Valentine's Day to the Liberals and the NDP, and when I look at this budget, I think that perhaps I shouldn't have. Now, what we learn in reading this budget is that the federal government has the means, has the resources, but they seem to be having a hard time spending it intelligently on priorities, the priorities of people on the ground, people who are dealing with real-life problems with the EI system, with returning to work, with health. So it is absolutely not up to the top. It's not up to what we need. They're just like throwing all of this money, just pitching a certain amount of money to them. And they have the nerve to stand up and say that they have an agreement with the provinces. That's some nerve. Now, Mr. Speaker, the budget is clear.
Chez le directeur parlementaire du budget, et mon collègue...
As my colleague said very clearly, it's stated that in the next 25 years, with new financial and spending commitments, the debt-to-GDP ratio, even in the worst-case modeling scenario, is 0. No other industrialized country has a plan to get its debt-to-GDP ratio to 0, Mr. Speaker. No other country is trying to do this. Now, there is some leeway in the budget. The parliamentary budget officer made some calculations. These individuals at the PBO are paid to do good work. They're very competent. They said that as the federal government cuts down its debt, the provinces will be more and more in debt. So the provinces will be on the brink of bankruptcy when the federal government gets rid of its debt. But this year, the current fiscal, there are provinces running small, in fact, they have surplus. The problems that we have in healthcare are problems that we have had for about 25 years since the Liberals first cut transfers. And now the Liberals are creating more problems, even more serious one. The Liberals are always thinking ahead, 6 months ahead, thinking ahead to the next election. And this is what the Liberals and the NDP are doing now. 40 billion in unspent credits from last year. The parliamentary budget officer has said that another 40 billion could be spent to help provinces with healthcare and other important priorities. And even in that case, the federal government's debt-to-GDP ratio would be the same. Moreover, the PVO says that inflation will be at 3.5% this year. So then you go even beyond 80 billion, well beyond the 28 billion that provinces were asking for. There'd even be 50 or 60 billion left over if Ottawa let us take care of people through health care. They could lower their debt-to-GDP ratio, all while properly funding our health care. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals had a chance to help those in Quebec with health issues who are suffering, but they did not do so. Instead, they decided to assuage the electoral concerns of the NDP. If I was the NDP, I'd be very happy, Mr. Speaker. That's the truth. That's what's happened. So the NDP says that they have gotten Canadians dental care. The budget says that Health Canada will become an insurance company. And, Mr. Speaker, if you've ever tried to get a passport recently, well, you have good reason to be worried. So between now and the end of 2023, the government is going to turn Health Canada into an insurance company. They're going to call up all dental associations in all provinces, reach deals, and we will be able to submit dental bills to Health Canada. And they say they're going to accomplish all that between now and the end of the year. But let's have a reality check. The federal government is really incompetent with certain things. And this isn't even in the Budget Implementation Act. So soon it will be summer, then we will come back to the House in the fall. There won't be any dental care system because the federal government doesn't know how to do that. The Liberals created 2 categories of seniors, meanwhile, those over 65 and those over 75. And what is there in this budget for seniors aged 65 to 74? Nothing. Their benefits are being indexed to inflation. Okay. Well, let's talk about inflation. The NDP has spent this year trying to go after big grocery owners, the big grocery companies. The Bloc, for a year and a half, asked for a doubling of the GST credit. Now there is a grocery rebate. The NDP is congratulating itself for it. Okay. But the grocery credit isn't for everyone. A recession is on the horizon, and there's no EI reform. If I was insuring my house, and if an insurer told me that there was a 50-50 chance that I wouldn't be insured if I lost my house, well, I would find another insurance company. And that's exactly what's happening with EI. There's no EI reform on the horizon, and we need to support seniors so that they can return to the workforce, go back to work if they want to, without having their paychecks and their benefits cut, especially their benefits. When I go around in my riding in Mirabel, when I walk around in Quebec, everyone talks to me about that. Next, aerospace. There's nothing for the aerospace sector here. Mr. Speaker, the minister isn't a lobbyist. The minister isn't a business owner. The minister is responsible for the investment in climate so that there are serious investments in R&D. We also need the luxury tax reversed because it's killing jobs in Quebec. People are going to buy planes elsewhere, no longer in Quebec. We're the laughingstock of the G7, Mr. Speaker. There are small aviation schools and pilot schools, tracks that are being cut. We need strategic spending and strategic infrastructure in the industry. There's a former Coca-Cola accountant running a business and doesn't really understand the industry. We need competent people running things. Next, energy. 18 billion in subsidies are being given to big oil. So luxury jets are being taxed. The government has no issue with doing that. They say it's for equality. But then the government also feels very comfortable subsidizing, giving subsidies and gifts to big companies that have the means to cut their GHG emissions themselves. And there are rich CEOs who have the money to buy their own jets. There is a subsidy for clean energy. Apparently, the CO2 is the only culprit, according to the Liberals. As for Ontario, there's an election coming up. We, of course, want to collaborate. We want to work with the government when things are good for Quebec, but there's a limit, Mr. Speaker. I see you signaling to me, Mr. Speaker, so I'd like to submit a sub-amendment that the amendment be modified by replacing, after the following words, the words which follows to immediately reform insurance employment and immediately reinstate old age security for 65 to 74-year-old Canadians, as well as continue to fight climate change and also increasing healthcare transfers to 36% so that Ottawa does not interfere in provincial jurisdiction. There should be a dental program, but with a full right to opt out with full compensation for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Garon, appuyé par...
Mr. Garon, seconded by Mr. Blanchette-Jonca, moves that the motion be changed by substituting with that which follows. A, must immediately reform employee insurance by increasing old age security for seniors from age 65 to 74. B, stop subsidizing fossil fuels. C, increase health care to funding to 35%, not interfere in provincial jurisdiction, and create dental insurance with the right to opt out with full compensation for Quebec. The motion is receivable. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. It's clear that he will vote against moving forward with the green transition, that he will vote against the grocery rebate, that he will vote against dental care for more Quebecers. But will he also be voting against the money we're investing in the Mirabel Airport in his riding? We're investing $50 million. Am I to understand that he's against that? That $50 million will increase the export capacity to export goods. The $50 million will create a storage facility, and it will also create jobs in his riding in Mirabel. So will the member for Mirabel be voting against this measure in our budget, Madam Speaker? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, last week, the member from Kingston and the Islands tweeted. His tweet had so much disinformation that Twitter had to put a warning on it. But now the disinformation seems to have traveled from Kingston to Outremont, so I would like to make things clear. We've never said that we were against absolutely everything in the budget, but we had pre-budget asks, very clear ones. In a budget, there's always what's there and what's missing. It is not acceptable to refuse to help our seniors, to let half of those who are unemployed suffer. That's not acceptable, and if the member for Outremont feels that these things are totally normal and acceptable, then she is not listening to Quebec's, and that makes me very sad. Questions and comments?
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I enjoyed working with him on the Health Committee. You know, I'm a little bit, I guess, disappointed in my friend's pessimistic view of the efficiency of government. He seems to think that government is not capable of delivering programs. He was highly cynical that the federal government could deliver insurance for a dental plan. Yet we know that the federal government, it administers employment insurance for millions of Canadians. It administers the Canada Pension Plan for millions of seniors. It administers the old age security for millions of citizens, including many people in his province of Quebec. And I know he's a separatist, so it seems funny that he thinks that the province of Quebec could form a nation, but he doesn't seem to think that a nation state is competent to deliver programs for citizens. My question is on dental care. The NDP's dental plan would mean that about 2 million Quebecers at the end of this year, seniors, children, people with disabilities, will be able to go to the dentist and have the federal government pay 100% of the cost of that. Can you tell this House why he's opposed to having people who are suffering in Quebec get the dental care they need at zero cost to the government of Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. There's no need to get upset. My colleague says that the federal government handles programs well, and then he named the EI program well. I hope, Madam Speaker, that the government won't run dental care the way it has run EI. Healthcare is Quebec's jurisdiction. The federal government is not as competent as we are. The federal government is incompetent. Now, we need to strengthen existing healthcare programs. In Quebec, we have a lack of palliative care. We're unable to diagnose cancers, and we have a huge lack of care in our regions and also for mental health. We're not saying that dental care is unimportant. What we are saying is that the NDP is using this dental care as a bit of an electoral stunt. We need to establish our most important priorities. And the NDP's top priority seems to be the next election.
For Westlock.
I want to thank the honourable colleague for his speech. I noticed that the government kind of signaled before that they were going to move to an era of fiscal restraint, and yet here we are with a deficit that is as large as ever. I'm wondering if the honourable colleague has any comments around the size of the deficit in this budget.
Une réponse très rapide de l'honorable député.
A brief reply, the honourable member for Mirabel. When we look at the debt and the deficit, we need to think about it from the perspective of our capacity to pay. If we go to the banker and we ask for a $2,000, $3,000 a loan, the banker is going to treat you differently based on your income, whether your income is $10,000 or $100,000, whether you have money or not. The government uses nominal numbers when it suits them, ratios when that suits them better. We need to look at the situation overall. The federal debt and deficit are important, yes, but we need to look at things overall. We need to look at the provinces. Do they have to take out loans? Do they have to borrow?
Elmwood Transcona.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as NDP finance spokesperson. I inform the House that we will be voting for the budget. There are positive initiatives in this budget, ones we have worked hard to see included in the budget. In this budget, there's dental care for students, seniors, those with disabilities. There is a doubling of the GST credit, which is very important in times of inflation. Also in the budget, there is assistance for housing and for groceries. There are requirements for the government to invest in a clean economy, which will also ensure that workers receive their fair share with fair pay and good benefits as well. Now, when a budget is tabled, one can support it or one can oppose it. In the House, we have heard some rather polarizing speeches, controversial ones. Our approach in the NDP is different. These days, polarization, hatred, and anger are more and more present in our politics. We want to find a way to work with everyone, even those with whom we disagree on substantial issues. We need to find common goals. We need to try to make progress rather than decrying and condemning that which is broken or not working. We need to find a way to work through and despite our differences. We need to work together to move forward to help Canadians.
Living in times where politics and doing politics is getting more difficult. There's a lot of anger, a lot of justified anger with the difficult circumstances that we're facing, and a feeling of unfairness that the burden of those things is not falling equally on the shoulders of all Canadians. People should be angry about that. But it's not enough just to be angry. You have to try and find solutions. And that means trying to bring people together, not just dividing them. So New Democrats are prepared to support this budget, as we were prepared to enter in an agreement with the current government not to cause an election in exchange for progress on a number of key policy areas. We see some of those reflected in this budget according to the timeline that had been agreed in that agreement. First and foremost, dental care, a really important initiative that is going to allow millions of Canadians who up to now haven't been able to afford to get their teeth fixed to do that. Children, seniors, people living with disabilities are finally going to get access to dental care that has been eluding them for a long time. Hear, hear. And that's had real consequences. It's affected their ability to get and keep a job. It's affected their sense of confidence and socializing with others. It has affected the way that people look at them. It causes them pain. You know, like, these are real things that we are going to help a lot of Canadians take on in their life and find solutions to. We're doubling the GST rebate, not for the first time, but for the second time, because we recognize that in a crisis of affordability, people need to receive help, and that help should be targeted in a way that doesn't simply pour more fuel on the fire of inflation, and this is the best way to do it. Don't take my word for it. Take the word of many private sector economists that incidentally are not NDP members and don't always have nice things to say about us, but who recognize that this is a way to get help to people who need it and to do it in a way that's responsible in respect of inflation. We've also worked hard to ensure that as the government finally, long overdue, prepares to make some serious investment in the new energy economy that is coming, that must come if we're to reduce our emissions and avoid the worst consequences of climate change, that workers stand to benefit from those investments. Not because there's going to be a check handed to corporations, as Liberals so often do, and then ask and beg for them to do the right thing, but because it's going to be written into the funding agreement that they have to pay prevailing union wages with benefits and pension considered in that wage package, so that we know that Canadian workers, when they show up to work to build the economy of the future, are going to be fairly compensated, and it's not going to get paid out simply in dividends to international shareholders or Canadian shareholders, wealthy shareholders, that hide their money offshore, and we don't see a benefit here. And that's important as we move forward. One of the biggest concerns that workers have had about the changing economy and the changing role of fossil fuels in our economy has been that they get left behind. And initiatives like this are what is necessary to make sure that they are at the center of that transition and they stand to benefit as much as companies. So those are some of the things that we think are positive about the budget. And I was saying earlier that, there's a lot to be angry about now. We've seen grocery prices go through the roof, and it's affecting families. We know that there are record lineups at food banks. We've seen a generation in Canada begin to give up on the dream of home ownership because prices continue to go up and up and up. We see Indigenous people continue to suffer from the legacy of colonialism in so many ways and lose family members and friends regularly, far too regularly, as a result of the intergenerational legacy of colonialism in Canada. And people are starting to see the consequences of climate change and appreciate the enormous cost, both personal and financial, that is coming for all of us if we don't find a way to get on top of it. So yeah, there's a lot to be angry about. I can get pretty angry about some of these things. I appreciate that members here who care about their communities and care about our future get angry about these things. But I say to Canadians, watch out for the guy that is selling anger without any real solutions. Because to be angry and to not try and channel the legitimate anger that people feel about the injustices that are occurring right now in Canada into a real solution is to take us nowhere fast. And when that anger turns in on itself, it's self-destructive, and it's why we need to take that anger and focus it on solutions so that we can make real progress. Now, if you want to propose solutions, you have to understand problems. And unfortunately, you don't have to understand a problem to get angry about it. And so we see just earlier from the Conservative leader, somebody who's willing to get really angry about problems that he clearly doesn't understand. And if he doesn't understand the problem, it means he's not going to be able to find the solution. What am I talking about? Well, I'm going to go through a list, Madam Speaker. I'm going to go, first of all, to the economy, because the leader of the Conservative Party likes to talk a lot about the economy. And he's right, inflation is hurting people. We agree on that. But if we want to stop inflation hurting people, we have to propose real solutions. And that means we have to understand the problem. He would have you believe that it's only government spending that has caused inflation in Canada. That is not true. It's not true. During the pandemic, we saw across the world manufacturing facilities shut down. We saw shipping shut down. We saw all sorts of supply chain issues as a result of shutdowns due to a once-in-a-lifetime global pandemic. Anyone who understands the market, and it's strange for me, as the Democratic Socialist in the room, to have to be teaching market principles to my Conservative colleague, but anyone who understands the market will know that when you have that level of significant supply chain disruption, you're going to see an increase in prices. That is going to happen. It's unbelievable to me that the economic analysis, so-called, of the Leader of the Opposition doesn't even take a moment to recognize the fact of the very real supply chain disruption that we've seen as a result of a global pandemic. The other thing that he refuses to mention, just like the Governor of the Bank of Canada refused to mention for months until we squeezed it out of him at committee, is that corporate greed has been a significant driver of inflation. Even the Governor of the Bank of Canada now has said it, that companies are raising prices beyond the increase in costs that they have occurred, and the inflation that happened because of the global pandemic created circumstances where they felt they could raise their prices and get away with it because people wouldn't know why the prices were going up and they might think it was justified. And he said that as inflation comes down, we may see prices come down even further as companies no longer have a pretense to be raising their prices. How does the Conservative leader pretend to have answers to inflation when he won't talk about corporate greed? You know who else won't talk about corporate greed? The Liberal government. That's something that they have in common. It's a blind spot in their understanding of what's happening to Canadians right now, and they work together to try and silence the voices that would point out the role of corporate greed. I say shame on them both for that, and it's why we have made it a mission here to push the government to do things that they wouldn't otherwise do, including the permanent 1.5% increase in tax on banks and insurance companies that the Conservative leader loves to decry, but never once has expressed support for taxing back some of the money that banks and insurance companies improperly took from Canadians during the pandemic. Don't tell me that guy's got solutions. It ain't true. He doesn't even have the decency to recognize a good one when it comes up and slaps him in the face. He likes to talk about housing, rightly so. Canadians are rightly angry about what's happening in the housing market. He likes to pretend that that's a product of the last 8 years. In 2004, a house that sold for $30,000 in Winnipeg would sell for $60,000 in 2007, and then well over $120,000 in 2012, Madam Speaker. Housing prices have been doubling in Canada for a long time. They doubled every few years under the last Harper Conservative government. So don't tell me that somehow this is a product just of the last little while. It is a problem, and it's a growing problem, but it's been growing for a long time. So how do you solve the problem around housing? Browbeating municipalities into approving building permits for houses that will be built that Canadians can't afford is not a solution. And developers have been building a lot of houses over the last number of years. You know who hasn't been building houses? Governments. Governments have not been building housing. Before 1995, the CMHC, in partnership with provincial governments, would build 15,000 to 20,000 units of affordable and social housing every year. And they stopped when their funding was cut in 1995 by the then Liberal government. Now, if you take the last 30 years and you multiply the 15,000 to 20,000 units per year that would have been built, you land right around 500,000 units. Well, you know what the deficit for affordable housing in Canada today is? It's about 500,000 units. How did we end up with this deficit of affordable housing? It's not rocket science. It's because governments, like with the same philosophy as the Leader of the Official Opposition, cut and cut and cut the housing budget right out of the federal government's budget, Madam Speaker. And that's why we have such a dearth of affordable housing today. And that corresponds with the financialization of housing that we've seen not over the last 2 years or the last 8 years, but over the last 30 years. That's when it started taking off, because you no longer had more affordable housing being built at the bottom end of the price spectrum, which meant all those folks that otherwise would have moved into affordable or social units had to pinch their pennies and make tough decisions about what they could afford and what they couldn't so that they could start to compete in the housing market. And that's how we got to where we are. So no thank you to the Leader of the Official Opposition, who runs around saying he's really angry about housing, but doesn't even understand where the problem came from, doesn't understand that policies like the ones he is preaching have caused the housing crisis that we're facing today. It didn't happen overnight. It took 30 years. And unfortunately, it's going to take a long time to fix. It's why we can't afford to have somebody who's so ignorant about how we got here in the first place be in charge, because it's going to push us back another 10 years before we even start addressing the problem. Talk about Indigenous peoples in Canada who have suffered generations of colonial violence, a government determined to commit genocide, to take children away from their parents, to rob them of their language, to deny them access to their cultural heritage. We're still living out the consequences of that. And the answer isn't going to come without empowering Indigenous people to be masters of their own economic destiny. Obviously, that's important when we talk about developing natural resources. It's important when we talk about the investment of $4 billion here in this budget for a for Indigenous, by Indigenous housing strategy, so that Indigenous people have the tools and resources to begin solving the housing crisis for themselves. That's important. And you know what? If they can bring private capital and do some of that building in addition to what the government can supply, I think that's a great thing. There are certainly examples of those success, but we shouldn't kid ourselves. Just as we can't rely on the market that has created the housing crisis writ large to solve it without beginning to build again the kinds of affordable housing that we had been building before when times were better in terms of housing affordability, we can't pretend that somehow Indigenous people now are going to rely on the market and market mechanisms to be able to house their people. If that was going to work as a strategy, I swear to you, Madam Speaker, it would be done already. Indigenous people aren't sitting around waiting for a handout when they have other solutions. What they're waiting around for is a government that is willing to work with them and resource them to be in charge of their own destiny and to be able to find the solutions in their own communities. But after they've been economically sabotaged by the Canadian government since Confederation, when they were told, when they started to have successful businesses, and then they were told they couldn't take their product off the reserve, there was going to be a pass system, and they needed the permission of the Indian agent, well, we shouldn't be surprised that it didn't work out. And now those are some of the problems that we're trying to solve. I know, Madam Speaker, I think you're looking at me in respect of time. Okay, no, good. So I hope that gives some understanding of the housing problem and what we're going to have to do in order to be able to fix it. I don't doubt a genuine desire to solve the problem, but I really do question whether the Conservative leader and his group have the intellectual wherewithal to be able to solve it, because you wouldn't know it by listening to what they have to say about the problem. And it's a similar thing when it comes to the climate. I mean, the fact of the matter is we need to get our emissions down. There's no two ways about it. It has to happen. It has to happen. And so we need to find ways to be able to do it, and we need to find ways of doing it that put workers at the center of that transition so that they have good union jobs that pay well, that provide good benefits, that provide a pension for them when their working life is done, to be able to support themselves in retirement and to be able to support their families along the way. That's how we're going to get this done, Madam Speaker. So if we look to the budget, well, how does this begin to assert some solutions? Well, when it comes to Canadians that are making really difficult choices between caring for their teeth and buying their food and paying their rent, a national dental care program to cover children and seniors and people living with disabilities makes a difference. It makes a difference for their dignity. It makes a difference for their health, which otherwise deteriorates until they present in an emergency room because it's gotten so bad. And we pay for it then, but we pay a lot more than what we're going to pay for some preventative dentist visits, Madam Speaker. And I would say that it's also a question of affordability. So for those who are at the margin, who maybe have been able to afford some dental care in the past, but for whom it's been difficult, this takes that cost off their plate and allows them to no longer have to put the care of their teeth in that delicate balance of costs that they're trying to juggle in a time of increasing costs. So the dental piece is very important. Another doubling of the GST rebate. The Liberals can call it a grocery rebate. They can call it whatever they want. It's a doubling of the GST rebate. It makes sense. It's something that's targeted support that doesn't contribute to inflation because it's not going to households that frankly have the ability. They couldn't cause inflation if they wanted to. They're just trying to buy the same basket of goods that they used to be able to afford that they no longer can afford. That money just helps them be able to make sure that they're putting most of the same things on the table. I talked earlier about some of the investment tax credits and the labor conditions that are attached to those because I think that is really important. It's also really important that Canada begin to decarbonize and electrify, and we can't do that without producing significantly more power than we currently do, and we need a grid infrastructure that can support that power if we're going to electrify, not just homes and not just plugging in electric vehicles, but industry, aluminum production, steel production. Canada has the capacity to be a world leader, and that means also opportunity for some folks to make a lot of money at that as well. And so this is an economic opportunity, just as it was in the 70s when Peter Lougheed had the vision to make public investments in the oil and gas industry then to benefit his province. And I do want to talk about some of the things that aren't in the budget, but I will leave that for the questions and comments, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
It being 5:55, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. And the honourable member will have 10 minutes for questions and comments after we return to the bill. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, affaires émanant des députés, reprise du débat en troisième lecture.
Resuming debate and third reading of Bill C-215, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, illness, injury, or quarantine. Monsieur Gould.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Madam Speaker, I will say that I could say that I'm very pleased to stand to speak to this bill today, but it's not the case. It could have been really far more pleasurable to me to have the bill of my colleague or my previous bill to have been adopted so that workers who fall ill can heal and come back to work after a number of weeks that is appropriate. So here I am once again. I think it's the fourth or fifth time that I speak on the issue of workers who are seriously ill. And we are talking about people here who have paid into employment insurance all of their lives. Oh, that means that there is a deduction on their paycheck for EI. Every paycheck. And as we know, employment insurance is an insurance program. But right now, workers who fall ill are only entitled to 26 weeks. And we know that that's not enough. And I've said this a number of times. I wonder, does the Liberal government have a heart? Because, yes, we bring out data and statistics, but tonight I would like to tell you the story of a specific person who called me last week. And she asked me to speak for him tonight. Mr. Normand Chevalier. He lives in Saint-Paul-Camp in my riding. He is a man who worked for 50 years, and I think that he has ended up on EI for the first time in his life. He had a very good job, but he would have liked to continue working even though he's older than 65. So Mr. Normand Chevalier called me last week and said, listen, I have severe cancer of the tonsils. And I've been under treatment for 15 weeks now. It costs a lot. As you know, Saint-Polycarpe is a rural area in the Soulanges part of my riding. It's he can't get public transit to go to the hospital in Montreal, so it's expensive. So he tells me, he says, I've been working my entire life. I've been undergoing treatment for 15 years. I need radiation, and I have to continue because the treatment isn't finished. And if I want to have a chance at surviving, I have to continue my treatment. But That's it. I thought that with the government's addition of weeks, I would be entitled to 26 weeks. But no, that's not the case because he started his treatment before December 2022. So he is not entitled to the 26 weeks. He's someone who thought that when the government increased the number of weeks from 15 to 26 weeks, well, at least he would have a few extra weeks to be able to continue his treatment and get EI for sickness and continue his treatment and not have to worry about how he would be able to pay his rent. So he was telling me that he was a driver for a company in Soulanges and that he was really anxious to be able to get back to work, to finish his treatment, to heal, and get back to work. But he was so worried because in the meantime, he was worried about how he was going to pay his rent next month.
Well, Mr. Chevalier, he lived with his daughter, his 16-year-old daughter, and she couldn't understand what was happening. Why her grandfather, who was ill, who was a good man, a hard-working man, wasn't entitled to the 26 weeks. There are certain cancers, and this is, this has been well documented, that need all these weeks to get better and to manage their cancer. I am so angry about this. It seems to me this government has no heart. When the minister increased the period from 15 to 26 weeks, she didn't say, all of you who are starting treatment, you can have the entire 26 weeks. But no, it was not that. Well, I think it's you can't use people's proper names. Just a little reminder. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So he said, listen, I want you to speak on my behalf in the House. So Mr. Chevalier said, speak on my behalf, because this just isn't comprehensible, because the government has the resources. This is well documented. The member for Thérèse de Blainville, who is the critic, my party's critic in this area, she said they should be able to get this 26 weeks and more. Mr. Chevalier said, I'll be retiring and I don't want to get my pension because I want to continue working. There's a shortage of drivers, so I can keep working. But the government has tripped me up, has really ruined things for me. Now, I'll be fighting this illness, I'll be fighting this cancer, and I'll get through this because I've always got through things in life. But people have to know that this government had the means, could have done this. They could have done this in the budget, because this isn't the first time that a minister has made a mistake. But this bill, Madam Speaker, the bill before us, the one introduced by the member Frédéric-Lotbinière, is a good one, something we've needed for a long time. Every member in this House, every member has people who call, people who don't understand why the government hasn't tried harder to encourage workers and to help them get through their illness with dignity. So I intend to speak and to be the voice of Mr. Chevalier. And I know there are people like Mr. Chevalier everywhere. And I would like to be able to say the government is with you. It's going to be with you while you're ill and while you're getting better, until you're better. And allow them to fight their illness without having to worry about other things. Because already they're not getting very much money with the medical EI. They have to spend money being able to get to see their specialists, especially when they live in a rural area. Besides fighting their cancer, they have to find transportation, they have to pay for people to be there with them, because when they're getting radiation therapy, they're not in the best shape, and they need people with them. So besides just getting the 55% of their salary, having to travel and having to pay people takes up even more of their income. So Mr. Chevalier is going to have to move. He won't be able to pay his rent, but he's lucky. He thought he'd have to move, but his landlord has a heart. He's finding him a place to live, someplace that costs less, because otherwise he'd have to ask for social assistance. Here's a man in his 60s who's been working, who has never had to cash an EI check. And if we can't help him, we don't have a heart. And the member for Lévis-Lotbinière is trying once again to bring forward a bill and trying to wake people up and make sure that government gets royal assent so that people who are sick can get the care they need. They're fighting for their lives often. And Madam Speaker, we want to help them get back to work. So I implore the government once again to give royal assent to this bill, to C-215. And if it doesn't intend to do so, I hope that the minister will say that the 26 weeks applies to all people who are now getting treatment.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transco.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Puis merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière for having brought this bill forward, which would create an extension during which workers could benefit from EI up to 52 weeks. This is a change that should have already been made a long time ago. And it's something which has a great impact on the lives of Canadian workers. People who get sick, who are injured, who are ready to work and work hard, but can't do so because of things outside their control. I think this would be a change that would show that the government has a heart, and also something that workers pay for. There is EI for them for when they lose their salary because of illness.
Advocating for a long time an extension of the sickness benefit in EI. We know the difference that it will make in the lives of Canadians who are suffering from all sorts of conditions, not the least of which cancer, which just makes it the case that people can't go into work when they're sick with cancer. We want them to be able to take the time they need. And in many cases, courses of treatment for cancer go well in excess of 26 weeks. And so we're setting people up to fail by telling them that there's a sickness benefit there for them when they need it that we know very well isn't long enough to take them through the course of their treatment. And it's heartbreaking to hear of workers that lose their home because they're not able to work and they don't have an income when their EI sickness benefit runs out. So this is something we know the government can do. It's something that they should do. It's something we've been calling on them for a long time to do. I think it's about time. And so I'm grateful to the member for Lévis-Lotbinière for having presented this. I also want to take a moment to comment, however, on what I think we also need, which is a larger reform of employment insurance. And it's nice that there's this private members bill coming from a Conservative member in respect of EI. But I would note, we just heard the Leader of the Official Opposition speak about the budget. He did make a reference to EI, but I think people might have missed it because he used a euphemism, not the actual term for employment insurance. He talked about payroll taxes. And that's the only time you will hear the Leader of the Official Opposition talk about employment insurance. He only refers to it as a payroll tax, when in fact that's a premium that workers pay in order to be able to be insured against loss of work so that when they lose their job, they don't lose their home. EI premiums are actually lower than they were under the Conservative government right now. And the only words that he has to say about EI are about payroll taxes. And I say, shame on him for that, because we need far more widespread employment insurance reform as the country faces a recession, as we come out of a pandemic where it was made very clear that our system pre-pandemic was inadequate. And now it's the same system that we have all over again. Not a whit of difference. The entire lesson of the pandemic forgotten overnight last September when the Liberals canceled the temporary employment insurance measures. But it's hard to believe that this is more than a sporadic fit of compassion coming from a Conservative member when they don't talk about the need for meaningful employment insurance reform, when the only mentions they make of employment insurance outside of this bill are as a payroll tax. And we won't be able to support the employment insurance system well unless we talk about how we pay for it. That's part of the important conversation we'll have over modernization. There are folks that believe, as the NDP does too, that the government ought to be coming back to the table as a funding partner in employment insurance in order to provide more training opportunities. Now, that's less about folks that are sick, and hopefully when they recover, as we hope they will, they're able to return the job they had before. But there are many people that when they lose their job, sometimes that job is not available anymore. Sometimes the industry is changing and they need retraining in order to be able to be a good fit for another employer, possibly in a different industry. People on employment insurance are not well supported. Just as many people who are on CERB or the CRB who were seeing their industry devastated by the pandemic, and industries like tourism that are still struggling post-pandemic, there were no training offers from government there. They didn't say, let's train people off CERB to meet the employment demand of employers that are complaining they can't find qualified people. No, they said, let's starve them off of CERB. Let's cut it off and then expect them, while they have no income to pay their rent or buy their groceries, to go out and learn a new job at the same time. Well, guess what? It didn't work. We ended the CERB program. We, the government, ended the CERB program with very little notice and a lot of support from the Conservatives. Did it help with the labor shortage? No, because it was never a plan. It was just a cruel assumption that somehow people were staying at home, sitting on their hands, uninterested in working, when in fact, a lot of them didn't have jobs to go back to because they came out of industries like the tourism and hospitality industry that are still struggling to recover from the days of the pandemic. So I appreciate a Conservative MP bringing forward what I think is a decent proposal for one aspect of the employment insurance system. But if they really want to do right by Canadian workers, it's going to take a hell of a lot more than this, even just in respect of employment insurance. And I hope that when they're having conversations internally about this bill, they'll start to talk about the larger employment insurance system and how it's not simply a payroll tax. It's an important insurance product that helps Canadians transition from industry to industry or job to job, or in an industry like mine in construction, when there's a slowdown of work, or I mean, you're always working yourself out of a job in construction. Eventually you finish. That's good. We want projects finished on time, on schedule, on budget. But that sometimes means there's a pause between one project and the next one. And employment insurance has to be there for people so that their families aren't on the line while they're looking for that next project to be able to build. So let's have a far more fulsome discussion about employment insurance in this place than this bill represents on its own, even as we vote to make this bill law. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-Clérable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's an honor to rise to speak to this bill. Employment insurance, and I really do appreciate the comments from the member from Elmwood-Transcona prior to me in regards to the manner in which Conservatives often refer to employment insurance as being a payroll tax. It's not a payroll tax. It's a program that is funded by both the employer and the employee. And it's a program that is used as an insurance mechanism to take care of individuals when they reach a point in their working career that they need to access that employment insurance. So it is a vitally critical program, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to this bill. I would remind the House, Madam Speaker, that this is not the first time that this bill has come forward. This bill came forward in another form. I believe it was Bill C-265 previously, and unfortunately, at the stage of pretty much after this debate on the bill in its previous form, it ended up not being able to proceed because it didn't have the royal recommendation required in order to proceed. You might know, Madam Speaker, that royal recommendation is required for any private member's bill or any private member's business that comes forward that is not expending money on behalf of the government. One cannot do that within within a private member's bill. You do require that royal recommendation from Cabinet in order to proceed. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, that very, 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 very few bills that come from private members' business actually get that royal recommendation. As a matter of fact, I brought in a bill early in my time in this House, I believe it was in 2016, related to employment insurance as well, that required royal recommendation. It did not even get that royal recommendation. I still wasn't even able to convince the government to do that, even being a member of the governing party. Luckily, I was able to allow this to continue to pass at various stages with the assistance of all the opposition parties and indeed a majority of the backbench on our caucus. But the reality is that you will eventually get to a point where you can't proceed any further. And I think it's important to do that, Madam Speaker, because if it wasn't, then every single bill that came forward would be a bill that was basically authorizing to spend money, and one can't do that through private members' business. So really the only difference between this bill, at least to my understanding, Madam Speaker, and the previous version is that it's added 2 more weeks onto it. So the previous version talked about 50 weeks of employment insurance. This one talks about 52. And I find it unfortunate that the sponsor of this bill, despite the fact that it's a well-intentioned, well-meaning bill that, I think warrants serious consideration, is doing the same thing that has previously done, and ultimately when tabling this bill, the sponsor must have known the outcome of it and how the Speaker ultimately ruled on it the first time. Not only that, I understand that this was also, and if I recall correctly, an Opposition Day motion from the Bloc Québécois on the exact same issue. So we've seen the issue come forward several times, and we've ended up in the exact same place every time. Having said that, I think that it does warrant good and real consideration. I think as we modernize our employment insurance system, we should be looking at opportunities of where we can improve. And I think it's worth pointing out that we have, as a government, improved that those EI benefits for starters, on maternity leave, and this is something that I was targeting in my private member's bill. There are a lot of individuals out there. It used to be that the only people that were in the trades and the skilled trades, Madam Speaker, were men. But what we're seeing now are more and more women that are entering into the trades. And the reality is that sometimes, if a woman is a welder, for example, as was the case that inspired my bill, there would be, if she was to become pregnant, she would not have the ability to find a leave and still get paid and still have that income. Because if you're pregnant, you're not sick, but you still might have barriers to work. The employer that she had, her name was Melody, was a very reputable company in my riding of Kingston and the Islands, but just wasn't a large enough company to be able to sustain a full-time employee that was totally off on leave. And so she looked for ways to try to use EI. And she was unsuccessful in doing that. And so at the time, I was able to convince the government through the issue, even though they wouldn't give royal recommendation, they did agree to extend the number of weeks so that if an individual was in the circumstances of Melody in my riding, that those EI benefits would apply long enough in order for her to come to full term with her pregnancy. And so that's just one way that we've expanded the EI sickness benefits from 15 to 26 weeks. And that's in fulfillment of our 2019 platform commitment, Madam Speaker. And we do know that that extension will benefit approximately 169,000 Canadians every year. And it is a part of our long-term plan for EI modernization. And I believe that together we will continue to build an inclusive, flexible EI system, Madam Speaker, that all Canadians will benefit from, or in particular those who need it when they access it for years to come. So, Madam Speaker, I admire the resiliency of those that keep bringing forward this issue. It's unfortunate that the government won't be able to support it, given the fact that it does require royal recommendation. I shouldn't even phrase it like that. It's unfortunate that it won't even get to the place where we get to have another vote on it, because the Speaker will most likely, because the precedent has been set for the exact same bill, to turn it down based on the requirement for royal recommendation. But as I have previously indicated, royal recommendation is something that is very seldomly, if ever, given to a private member's legislation, and nobody knows that better, Madam Speaker, than me. I brought forward a bill on EI specifically in the very early years of my time here, the first year in which royal recommendation was required, and my bill was not able to continue down the necessary path, given that fact. So I encourage the members to continue to talk about this issue, to talk to the ministers responsible, to see if we can move in a direction that helps to modernize EI. We know that the labor force is changing. Only one small example is that I just gave about more women getting in trades and the different requirements that they might have when it comes to taking time off as a result of becoming pregnant, as was in the example of my bill. But I think that we need to continue to modernize our employment insurance system, and input from all members, I think, is very important in that regard. And so therefore, Madam Speaker, I encourage those who are passionate about this issue, of which I am, to continue speaking about it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to rise to speak to my colleague's bill, Bill C-215, sponsored by the member for Lévis-Lotbinière. On many occasions, I was in very difficult situations. People I knew have been in difficult situations. Also, constituents have struggled with EI benefits and sickness leave. No one deserves to be sick or asks to become very sick. I will mostly talk about cancer in my speech because I've had experience with people who've gone through cancer. No cancer patient expected to get cancer. No one ever expects that they'll have to choose between their healing, being able to fully 100% heal, or struggling because they no longer have the money to pay for their treatment. Some cancer treatment is very long, not all treatment. I was listening to my colleague's speech. He spoke with great empathy and compassion. so much compassion for those who are in these types of situations. But the government could have given royal recommendation, could have allowed this bill to be voted on. The government could have ensured that this bill could finally become law after so many attempts over years and years. For years, people have been fighting for this, fighting to ensure that those who are seriously ill have access to EI benefits. These individuals, in most cases, have, throughout their entire working lives, contributed to their EI. Then, when they fall ill, EI is not enough. I commend my Bloc Québécois colleague, the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. She's worked very hard on this file. She talked about Normand Chevalier, who listened to her speech and might still be listening. And I say to him that there are many members working very hard, like the member for Lévis-Lotbinière, who sponsored and tabled this bill. There are members working very hard to finally change things. Unfortunately, though, things are not changing. I am involved in many ways with Relay for Life. Every time I participate in Relay for Life, also in Plessisville, in my riding, we have the biggest Relay for Life event anywhere in Canada. It's a small town, and we have the biggest event. It's remarkable. It shows how much people want to support those who fall ill or those who have survived illness. When we have a Relay for Life event, we walk around and see candles which are lit for those who had cancer or those who survived cancer. There are also candles and lights for families who have lost a loved one to cancer. Madam Speaker, you should really come to Plessisville to see how massive our event is. There are small lights for over 2 kilometers, and all of these lights, each light is for a person. How many of those people had to make the difficult choice between treatment and recovery or work? Too many people. We're not going to get into a numbers war. It's not about that. It's not about 23% or 30%. And in fact, any percent is too much. We know how long it takes to get treatment. It's different for each illness, for each patient. Everyone reacts to treatment differently. It's very individual. Patients have to decide between healing 100% or healing 50% and working 50% because they know they won't get through it without income. Those who fall ill can be young people, they can be women, mothers, fathers. Not many Canadians, not many Quebecers can go without income for a year, Madam Speaker. So I think that the right thing for us to do would be to finally pass this bill, Bill C-215. The government promised many times to pass this. There are 2 individuals I'd like to commend. First, Marie-Hélène Dubé, who launched a petition with over 600,000 signatures. The motion was tabled in this House, and it calls on parliamentarians to set aside partisanship and finally care for cancer patients who have to undergo treatment, to support them so that they can fully focus on their recovery. Ms. Dubé has participated in the drafting of many bills. She had cancer several times. She's never given up her fight, but she feels discouraged that parliamentarians aren't fixing things. I've seen her website. I'm aware of all of her efforts and hard work to convince parliamentarians. And there's always been a parliamentarian ready to take up the torch for this fight. Whenever this bill gets defeated, there's always been an MP ready to try again. And this time, that's Jacques Gould. Pardon, Madam Speaker, I mean the member for Lévis-Lotbinière. I saw you were about to rise. So my colleague, he has worked very hard. As I was saying, I commend Ms. Dubé on all of her hard work. Her website, 15semaines.ca, 15weeks.ca in French, she wrote on her website, we are now the 14th version of a bill to bring sickness benefits weeks up to 52. I've been fighting this fight since 2009, and I got my first FADOC card. I was 38 when I started gathering signatures, and I must admit that though I'm tired, I will never give up. We can clap, we can applaud her, yes. Madam Speaker, how much longer will we have to wait? How far will we have to go? Committees have studied this. There have even been unanimous motions in the House. All parliamentarians have agreed with the principle of 52 weeks of sickness benefits, but the government hasn't moved forward. We need to act on this. This isn't about politics. We all have a loved one. We all know someone or know someone who knows someone who has struggled because of EI benefits. I know we don't have a lot of time left. We have about 15 minutes. I hope that someone on the government benches will hear our cry for change, will hear Ms. Dubé, the members who have spoken, the members who have tabled previous bills. I hope that this will get royal assent so that patients can concentrate on their recovery. This will give them hope and will give hope to their loved ones. This is for all those who have survived and all those who may become ill in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my turn to speak to C-215 now. C-215, the bill under study today. C-215 would modify EI. Madam Speaker, whenever we debate employment insurance, I wonder why we are debating employment insurance here at the federal parliament, because in theory, in 1867, when Canada was created, there was a division of powers. Canada would be responsible for customs, borders, the military. But insurance employment, anything employment related, is provincial. The reason the federal government is dealing with this is because because we were conned a little bit in 1940. At the beginning of the Second World War, Quebec had a Liberal premier, Mr. Godbout. He didn't work hard enough for Quebec's autonomy. He didn't stand up for us enough, and he let Ottawa handle employment insurance for us. I'd like to make an analogy. I have a 5-year-old son. When we see kids playing, having fun, there's always one kid in the group. That one kid who sees his friends playing with toys and will snatch them right out of their hands. That one kid who wants to take every other kid's toys and then still wants more toys, still wants to take more. And the other kids won't have anything. That's how Ottawa operates. They're trying to steal not toys, but powers and responsibilities, jurisdiction. But with employment insurance, it doesn't work. It's not working. The government doesn't even seem to want to make EI work, which is sad. We've seen that the problems are not limited just to the EI system. There are issues with passports. There are problems with the Phoenix Pay system. So many issues handling things, but they still want more things to handle. They want to launch programs that they shouldn't be responsible for. So Ottawa took on EI, isn't handling it properly, and hasn't brought about the EI reform that people have been calling for years and years. With each election, governments promise to reform the EI system, and there are consultations followed by more consultations, but no reform. Currently, 1 in 2 claimants who loses their jobs is not covered for EI, covered by EI, not eligible. It should be a right for everyone. The EI coffers from 1996 to 2009, $60 million were taken out of it. So Conservative and Liberal governments took money out of the fund, out of the EI pension fund. That money belonged to workers. Back to C-215. This would modify the EI Act specifically for sickness leave. There are only 15 weeks of sickness leave. If you are sick, you get 15 weeks. 15 weeks, that's a season. For example, summer. And if you're not recovered by the end of the summer, well, too bad. No more benefits. If you lose your job and you're among the 1 in 2 Canadians who's covered by EI, you might want 52 weeks of sickness leave, but you're only eligible for 15 weeks. That is totally unfair. C-215 aims to correct this unfair situation. This isn't the first version of the bill. My colleague, the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, tabled a similar bill during the previous Parliament. She wanted to bring the number of sickness benefits to 50 weeks. We support this. She worked very hard at the time. We called her bill the Émilie Sans Façon bill. Émilie Sans Façon is a woman who was on sickness leave. We call it leave, but she had to stop working because she was very sick. She passed away. She wasn't able to see my colleague's bill pass, C-265. Then her father, who supports the Bloc and was even a Bloc candidate, hoped that the bill would eventually pass. My colleague, the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, worked very hard. The bill passed first reading, then second reading. Then it was sent to committee. It came back to the House after committee stage. It got to third reading, passed third reading. It passed all the stages of the process. What was missing, though? Royal assent. The government just had to say yes. That's all they had to do. But they didn't. It didn't happen. It's very sad. Throughout the years, if we look at all the people who have supported this initiative, My colleague from Salaberry-sur-Roi wasn't the first to table such a bill. Yves Lessard, member for Belleuil, a Bloc MP, also tabled a bill about that. Paul Krant, Bas-du-Fleuve member for the Bloc Québécois, tabled a bill. Robert Carrier, Bloc member for Laval, also tabled a bill for this. And of course, Jean-François Fortin, an MP for Eastern Quebec, also tabled a bill. The Bloc has been trying hard for years. We have been trying to give more sickness benefits and sickness leave weeks to those who are sick. And with EI, you only receive 50% of the eligible portion of your pay. So that's not incredibly helpful. People are stressed, and they're not being given the money that they need to fully recover. It's very sad, Madam Speaker. And here's what's even more sad. I told you about Bloc members who have worked hard for this, but other parties have also worked hard for this. We're not the only party to have had this idea.
I could tell you about Don Black, who tabled a bill 3 times to be able to find a solution with regard to sickness benefits and to help people in that situation. And then we have another member who had to table a bill 4 times. So I think that the government should perhaps understand that it's time to support this bill. There's Denis Coderre, who also tabled a bill to fix the problem with sickness benefits. So there are members from all parties that have tabled bills year after year after year. I think it's been 20, maybe even 30 years that members have been trying to solve this problem. But we're not getting there because something's missing, either because the royal recommendation is missing or the party in power decides not to support the bill. But now we have the member for Lévis-Lotbinière who tabled this bill. And so we're talking about that a conservative member of parliament, and that's really, when even the conservatives say that it's time to do something about this, well, then we have to realize that it's very significant as a problem. And if the Liberals do not support it, then we have to realize that the Liberals are further right than the Conservatives. Is that what's going on here? I really hope that that's not the case, Madam Speaker. Because I think that deep down, no one really wants to leave people who are gravely ill in the lurch. And no one wants to see someone who is battling illness and has to make choices about whether to buy groceries or to pay rent or to pay for heating oil. It's just something that I hope nobody wants. And I also hope that when the debate is over on C-215, that there will finally be some kind of solution so that we can help the people who need help. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Lévis-Lotbinière for his 5-minute reply. Madam Speaker, the die is cast. We are at the end of the process for Bill C-215, my bill. After a year and a half of work, I would like to thank all of those who participated in any way in the bill at all of the steps. This is an issue that is extremely important. It has to do with the financial security of those who are struggling with an illness and who need financial security beyond the 26 weeks of benefits. I would have liked to have seen some openness on the part of the Liberal government to assist workers who are severely ill and who are requesting an extension of EI sickness benefits beyond the 26 weeks since last December. But we have advanced the debate on this very important social issue for Canadians. I am very saddened by the requirement to obtain royal recommendation from the government, because that means that the government is blocking the majority will of this House when it comes to adopting C-215. My thoughts, Madam Speaker, are with all of those who are severely ill, who will not have access to the financial security that would have given them a little bit of breathing room. Madam Speaker, every year we lose people who are precious to us to cancer. And I must mention my neighbor and friend, Mr. Roger Flamand, who has cancer. Roger, at this very moment, is fighting the fight of his life for his life with his wife, Lorraine, and his daughters, Annie and Marie-Josée, and his entire family around him. With courage and resiliency, Roger is going through a very difficult time. He is a fair, generous man, and those characteristics are serving him well during this hard time. His family, his friends, and neighbors support him day after day. We support you, Roger, day after day, throughout your personal journey with respect and compassion. Personally, I would like to say to the best possible neighbor for almost 50 years now that I remember summer evenings where you, Roger, and my father, Armand, would sit and talk for hours. What a beautiful, close friendship you had. It was a beautiful thing. When my father passed away, Roger, you told me often that you thought of my father, Armand, to be a second father to you. And tonight, I can tell you that my father considered you to be one of his sons. Roger, your presence will always be a soothing comfort. On behalf of Chantal, my children, and myself, I say this to you, and I want to thank you for being a friend throughout our lives. We love you dearly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is how I wish to put an end to the debate.
Une déclaration du président sur le projet.
The Speaker's statement on Bill C-215. I must inform the members that the requirements for a royal recommendation have not been met. They're pursuant to the order, and therefore the order for third reading of the bill has been revoked, and it is struck from the order paper.
Just on a quick point of order, I wonder if you seek unanimous consent, if you may find consent for the following motion, which is that the House call on the government to provide a royal recommendation for this bill.
There's no unanimous consent. In accordance with Standing Order 38 A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise at this hour and bring forward recommendations that were contained in it was a question, of course. That's why we're here in adjournment proceedings. It was a question I asked the Prime Minister on February 2nd of this year. As the budget that was, of course, tabled yesterday, I referenced in my question, was in the drafting stage. And I thought that one might, in drafting the budget, look to previous promises made by the governing party and see if they didn't create a framework of guidance to assist the Prime Minister and his Minister of Finance in drafting the budget. So I suggested that, for instance, if times are tight and you want to contain spending, it would be a good idea to cancel spending money on fossil fuel infrastructure, which the government had suggested in previous election campaigns was a priority to meet climate targets, that we would follow the advice of scientists. I also asked the Prime Minister if this wasn't a good time to stop spending money on the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which between the time I asked the question and today has risen in its estimated cost to over $30 billion. Its original price tag back when I intervened at the National Energy Board, and it was a private sector project being run by Kinder Morgan, was that it would cost approximately $5 billion. So that's a six-fold growth in the price tag and a remarkable $12 billion increase since this time last year. That's really quite astonishing. I also asked if it wouldn't be a good idea to save money by canceling buying the F-35 fighter jets that remain controversial in the United States, where Pentagon critics are wondering if this is good value for money because the F-35 is still plagued with problems, and in going forward that we shouldn't deliver on the promises the government had made, such as in funding the disability benefit, following up on promises for pharmacare, deliver on an independent Canada Water Agency, and the promises to live up to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. My closing question to the Prime Minister is, will the Prime Minister use this budget to deliver on his promises? Well, now we know the answer, and it's partially yes. I would start with the good news. This budget does commit, at long last, to, along a specific timeline, the Canada Water Agency. We now know, and I'll congratulate my friend who's here tonight to respond, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Canada Water Agency has been something I know he cares a great deal about. It's now to be based in Winnipeg. There is more funding for fresh water than we've seen in some time, although not as much as was promised in the Liberal platform. But let's say that's a partial delivery on a promise. I hope my question helped. Who knows? But the Canada Water Agency is an important promise, and it will be independent, and it will see legislation brought forward. And again, the clock is ticking on that. I hope when they say soon, they mean really soon, not 2 years soon like the last ones. But the Trans Mountain Pipeline isn't mentioned in this budget. We know the price and the cost is falling on Canadian taxpayers because it's now a Crown corporation. We know the debt load from buying it definitely falls on this government, and various promises not to spend money on it are really ring hollow as construction continues against the interests of sovereign First Nations like Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, and Squamish, and the Wasanich nations that absolutely protest its existence, and we know it's a climate killer. There were various ways that we could have reduced fossil fuel subsidies, but in this budget they expanded because we now see dirty fossil fuel used to create hydrogen, so it's no longer green hydrogen. We also have seen, and this is the worst part of the budget for me, a commitment to open the Arctic offshore to oil and gas development. I'll close there, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and indeed it's a pleasure to participate in tonight's debate and talk about Budget 2023, a made-in-Canada plan for a strong middle class, an affordable economy, and healthy future. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to respond to a few of the promises that the government made that are referenced in the member's original question. And one of those was regarding funding for a Canada Water Agency. And Madam Speaker, We know how much healthy lakes and rivers are essential to Canadians, communities, and businesses across the country, and the threat that climate change and pollution pose to our fresh water, which is why in Budget 2023 we are moving forward to establish a new Canada Water Agency, which will be headquartered in my home community of Winnipeg. And I really want to thank the honourable member, leader of the Green Party, for her steadfast support of the concept of a standalone departmental agency, independent of Environment and Climate Change Canada, reporting directly to the minister. This will be a legislated Canada Water Agency, Madam Speaker, and that legislation, I hope, will be introduced soon. Meanwhile, the Canada Water Agency will be operable in a form that will be effective until it formally becomes that standalone agency. And Madam Speaker, this is in addition to proposing major investments to strengthen our freshwater action plan. For example, we will invest $650 million over 10 years to monitor, assess, and do restoration work in the Great Lakes, Lake Winnipeg, Lake of the Woods, the St. Lawrence River, the Fraser River, the St. John River, the Mackenzie River, and Lake Simcoe. These are water bodies from coast to coast to coast, Madam Speaker, and these investments will support better coordination of efforts to manage and protect fresh water across Canada. And again, I want to thank the honourable member for her support of our freshwater investments, and I would agree with her that we need to go further and faster. And indeed, there are future budgets where I certainly hope those investments will be considered. The honourable member also asked about seeing progress on advancing reconciliation. And since 2015, the federal government has worked with Indigenous partners to advance reconciliation and make significant distinction-based investments to respond to the unique histories, interests, and priorities of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities, Madam Speaker. And through Budget 2023, the government continues to advance reconciliation by supporting healthy communities and investing in self-determined solutions. For example, Budget 2023 proposes investments to improve safe and affordable housing, which is critical to improving health and social incomes and to ensuring a better future for Indigenous people and their communities. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? 15 seconds? Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will end there and continue my remarks after the next question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member to take his phone out of the desk because it's running interference with the microphone, if you don't mind. The honourable member for Saanich Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is good to be able to recognise progress on a key commitment, the Canada Water Agency. But nothing is more pressing, particularly in light of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change last report, that we are absolutely running out of time. There is no wiggle room. There's no time for procrastination. And I have to say I was deeply shocked to find on page 117 of this budget, in case others are looking for where you might find it, a commitment to Arctic offshore oil and gas. This runs counter to everything we know, just like opening up Bay du Nord for offshore drilling, opening up the Arctic for more oil and gas in the region, the part of this world most changed by the climate crisis, our Arctic. To start thinking that we should be drilling for oil and gas there is an abomination. We know that what we have to do is to cut emissions, and the only way to cut emissions is to be bold and stop being cowardly.
Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Budget 2023 will make targeted and responsible investments to build a stronger and greener economic future for all Canadians. In the end, these will make Canada a better place to live, work, and thrive for everyone. And I'm proud of the fact that Budget 2023 will mean better public health care, progress towards truth and reconciliation, new opportunities for Canadian workers, and I think, as the honourable member wishes, as do I, building a stronger, cleaner, greener, and more sustainable 21st century economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
With any luck, Mr. Alban.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The climate crisis is more urgent than ever. Deadly heat waves, summers of smoke and wildfires, extreme flooding, hurricanes. These events are happening now, and they are only getting more frequent and more severe. And while the Liberals say they believe in climate change, they are unwilling to take the action needed at the scale and with the urgency that matches the crisis that we're in. In this week's budget, New Democrats were able to successfully push the government to invest billions into clean energy, sustainable jobs, and into green infrastructure. But I was very disappointed that there was no concrete action on eliminating fossil fuel subsidies in Canada. We've heard promise after promise after promise, but instead the government is headed in the opposite direction. More handouts to profitable oil and gas companies, ostensibly to provide them with financial help to reduce their emissions. But why would the government not regulate this? Why not make them reduce their emissions and make them pay for it themselves? U.S. President his budget eliminates billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies, and he has talked about how these companies are making more money than God. Contrast that with the Liberals, who think that the Canadian taxpayer should be helping out these rich oil and gas CEOs. A report earlier this month by Canada's spy agency, CSIS, warned that the climate crisis poses a profound national security risk. This confirms what scientists have been saying for decades. It also confirms what many Indigenous communities have been warning us about: the melting of Arctic ice and permafrost, rising sea levels for coastal communities. These changes will threaten Inuit, Métis, and First Nation ways of being, ways of life, many that have been in place since time immemorial. Droughts, flooding, extreme weather in Canada and around the world will mean decreasing food supplies, and that means increasing costs for groceries. CSIS highlights how there is a likely increase in violent extremism because of the climate crisis, migration that we have never experienced before, millions of climate refugees, people who will be displaced due to climate disasters, famines, or simply fleeing areas that are too hot to live in. Our world is changing rapidly, and people are scared. They are scared for themselves, they are scared for their children, they are scared for their grandchildren. The world's top climate scientists have made it crystal clear. We must reduce our emissions now. So why, given the urgency, the scale, and the gravity of the crisis we're in, why would the government continue to hand out billions of dollars to profitable oil and gas industries? They are making record profits. They made more money than they have ever made before last year. Why would they not force these companies who are fueling the climate crisis to pay to clean up their own pollution? Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I always appreciate the honourable member's questions and enjoy working with her on the Environment Committee of Parliament. And Madam Speaker, just to start off, the Government of Canada is taking action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the oil and gas sector. We're not giving them a free pass, Madam Speaker, as is implied in the question. We have committed to cap and cut oil and gas emissions at a pace and scale necessary to achieve Canada's 2030 and 2050 climate targets. Madam Speaker, we are doing this in a way that allows the sector to compete in a global economy that is transitioning to net zero and, of course, keeps good green jobs growing here in Canada. This policy will send a clear long-term signal to invest in clean technology, low emissions energy assets, and supporting infrastructure while avoiding investments in oil and gas production that do not incorporate best-in-class technologies and infrastructure. Madam Speaker, we are working closely with industries, provinces and territories, Indigenous partners, and civil society to design this approach. Putting a price on carbon pollution creates a financial incentive throughout the economy to reduce emissions and invest in clean innovation. Heavy industry across Canada, including oil and gas activities, are subject to carbon pricing under the federal output-based pricing system, OBPS for short, or equivalent provincial systems. We are taking action to reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas sector. Current federal regulations require the oil and gas sector to reduce methane emissions by 40 to 45% below 2012 levels by 2025. In 2021, Canada joined the Global Methane Pledge, which aims to reduce global methane emissions by 30% below 2020 levels by 2030. And as part of this pledge, Madam Speaker, Canada committed to develop regulations to reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas sector by at least 75% below 2012 levels by 2030, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, just to emphasize to the honourable member, I know she's heard this from me before, but you know, implicit in some of her questions is that the government is not doing enough, and I think on this side of the House we would agree that we need to do more. But Madam Speaker, we are working very, very hard to cap oil and gas sector emissions. We're implementing a clean fuel standard. We are investing in carbon capture and storage, which is going to be very, very important, as pointed out by the IPCC. And indeed, we will be phasing out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by 2023. That's this year, Madam Speaker. That is 2 years in advance of the G7 target that was set some years ago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member. I enjoy working with him on the Environment Committee in Parliament. And he brought up the oil and gas emissions cap. So I want to briefly touch on that. We know that the Liberals have been dragging their feet on this and that the oil and gas companies have been aggressively lobbying for delays, for loopholes, for more subsidies. So we need a strong oil and gas emissions cap if we have any hope of reducing our emissions. But the member didn't answer my question, so I'll give him another opportunity. Why not force these rich oil and gas companies who are making more money than God, why not make them pay to reduce their own emissions?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I agree with the honourable member on a couple of things. One is that the energy sector is making record profits. I agree with her also that emissions must come down, and we have very, very aggressive targets in 2030 and 2050, and that's why we've invested $9.1 billion, Madam Speaker, in our emissions reduction plan. And it is time that the oil and gas sector puts their shoulder to the wheel and work with us to create the economy of the future, the good green jobs of tomorrow, and ensure a livable planet for our kids and grandkids. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Be here tonight to talk about the Canada Post surcharge that was, brought into play, as we know, to reflect the increase in diesel costs across Canada. But, Madam Speaker, as we've seen gas prices increase, it has just become so unaffordable for families. Over the Christmas holiday season, we saw that surcharge, Madam Speaker, grow to $39. 0.5%. And, Madam Speaker, families right now are struggling to make ends meet. They're seeing skyrocketing grocery store prices, skyrocketing prices at the pump, skyrocketing bank fees at the banks, skyrocketing telecom fees, Madam Speaker. And Canada Post, what do? They impose this incredible surcharge that is having a huge impact on small business that are struggling to make ends meet, that many of them are trying to get out of the debt load that they're carrying from the COVID-19 pandemic. And Madam Speaker, I find it really frustrating that as we've seen greedflation, we've seen these big oil and gas especially have record profits at the pump. Here we've got consumers that are getting dinged by a Crown corporation at a 39.5% surcharge. At the same time, the same companies that are charging these astronomical fees for oil and gas are having record profits. There's a huge disconnect by the government. We know that governments around the world have charged an excess profit tax. They've returned it back to their citizens. Even in Britain, the Conservatives, get this, Madam Speaker, are imposing an excess profit tax on big oil and gas. So we know how important it is that governments intervene when we see big oil and gas taking advantage of consumers, but also to ensure that money is going back to support citizens and Crown corporations like Canada Post. Madam Speaker, I'm also equally concerned that we saw, Canada Post, the workers themselves, many of them that are rural and suburban mail carriers, they're filling up their gas, they're delivering mail. They get a certain amount of money, Madam Speaker, to be able to buy that gas, and it's set. And they didn't get an increase, Madam Speaker, despite the fact that we saw this surcharge escalate to 39.5%. So it's like Canada Post will impose this surcharge based on what the diesel prices are of the day, but then they don't apply that same principle to the very important postal workers that we rely on to transport our mail in incredibly difficult conditions, Madam Speaker. We also see Canada Post failing to exercise and implement important asks of Canadians to bring in postal banking to create more profits within the corporation. And Madam Speaker, imagine this surcharge if you live in Nunavut or if you live in somewhere in the northern communities where you're already paying an astronomical amount of money for medicine, for groceries, some of them that you're counting on Canada Post to deliver, or small businesses in rural Canada. This is just completely unaffordable and it's unacceptable, Madam Speaker. So we're calling on the government to make sure that they invest in Canada Post, that they support their postal workers and create a fairness there, but also impose an excess profit tax on the greedflation that's taking place right now with big oil and gas, and ensuring that we provide relief to Canadians. Madam Speaker, whether it be returned to them through more doubling of the GST in future, or also, supporting Canada Post so they don't have to charge this levy.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague, the honourable member from Courtenay, Alberni, for the question, and I appreciate his concern for Canadians dealing with the rising cost of living. And, Madam Speaker, it is true that throughout the world, people are living in times of economic uncertainty. Inflation is driving up the price of necessities like groceries and rent, and Canadians have been feeling it greatly. I certainly agree with the honourable member. Canada Post, Madam Speaker, was there for us as the needs of Canadians changed dramatically in recent years, connecting this country from coast to coast to coast. And as we know that Canadians continue to rely on the essential service that Canada Post provides us. Madam Speaker, the inflationary pressures that we feel are happening across the board, including at Canada Post, where the costs of its operations have risen. And it should be noted, Madam Speaker, that this Crown Corporation is funded by the sales of its products and services. This government has consistently worked with Canada Post to ensure that Canadians get the services they need. Those actions include searching for opportunities to improve the financial sustainability of its operations, which are so vital to us all. While Canada Post operates at arm's length from government, as the Minister of Public Services and Procurement stated in this House, we are monitoring this issue of fuel surcharges closely. Canada Post manages the largest transportation network in Canada, and fuel surcharges are applied year-round, which is a standard industry practice for parcel shippers. And I can tell you that fuel surcharges are being reviewed every week and are lowered and raised based on the average price of diesel across the country. Madam Speaker, we know that Canada Post greatly values its relationship with all Canadians, and the investments that are being made in its operations and client service are all in the name of meeting its mandate to serve every address in Canada while remaining financially self-sustaining. When it comes to dealing with higher costs of living, the Government of Canada is working hard to make life more affordable for Canadians. That's what the budget was all about. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, for example, our government is supporting about 3.5 million families annually through the tax-free Canada Child Benefit. We've increased old age security benefits for seniors over 75 and older and by 10%, as you know, Madam Speaker. And we've reduced the cost of regulated childcare by 50% on average across the country. We're also strengthening the Canada Pension Plan and enhancing the Canada's Workers' Benefit for our lowest paid and often most essential. How much time, Madam Speaker? Let me conclude, Madam Speaker, by saying that we're building on these supports in our latest budget. For example, through the newly proposed grocery rebate that I know the honourable member will support. Budget 2023 will deliver targeted inflation relief for 11 million Canadians and families who need it most. Our government will continue to be there for Canadian families, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Madam Speaker, again, it's absolutely unacceptable that oil and gas companies are having record profits. At the same time, consumers are not only paying at the pump, but they're getting charged fuel surcharges that are at 39.5% from Canada Post, Madam Speaker. It's having a huge impact on Canadians. And we know that there's this unfairness for rural and suburban mail carriers who are also filling their own vehicles out of pocket. They get a fixed vehicle allowance per kilometre, which last year they didn't anticipate the high increases in fuel prices. And this is a huge financial burden on them to be able to do their job, Madam Speaker. It's absolutely unfair that Canada Post is not giving them better support. Those very workers that we rely on in Canada to deliver mail from coast to coast to coast, Madam Speaker, that should be getting an increase so that they can afford the fuel, so they can do their job, so that, you know, and they love their job, Madam Speaker. They serve our communities.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This government will continue to support the middle class and people who need it most when they need it most. Canada Post has been keeping us connected during the pandemic, and this government will continue to work with the corporation to ensure it remains self-sustaining while serving every address in Canada. And although there is economic uncertainty around the world, Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada will continue to be there for people with measures to improve their cost of living and put more money back in their pockets when they need it. This will help us build an economy that works for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.